I have made it to the stream. I have made it to my own stream. Very cool. Now, why did I say upcoming? Oh, I'm already live. Okay. Now, before I do anything else, I need to change my very important thumbnail. How does one do that? Manage? Very professional streamer here, by the way. Um, I know how to do it. It's just being slow. That's fine. Hopefully the sound is okay. We'll see if Mullet and maybe some others trickle in here throughout the day. Where is the folder with Mullet's stuff? Where is it? It's right here. Ta-da! Boom. Maybe boom. It's taking a minute. Hold, 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 hold the line. All right. I'm actually sounding loud and nice. No terrible background noise. That's nice. The mic actually works, which is good. The thumbnail is uploaded. Okay. What? YouTube stream? Whoa, no way is my default YouTube description. Mullet birthday. Knicks MyNBA. Let's see. I should just type in the exact thing that my thumbnail says, probably. NBA 2K26. New, if my keyboard cooperates. New York, not York. Knicks MyNBA live stream sim Dynasty part 1. And then in all caps in the description, happy birthday Mullet. Save. Playlist. I should have done this earlier, but I couldn't unless I was streaming. So I should have done it with my test. Knicks Mullet birthday my NBA public read done. I do have every other detail ready to go except for the game. We don't know what game I'm playing. Oh no! What could it be? What game is this, guys? Okay. Should be good now. Let's see if Mullet remembers that I'm on YouTube today, not Twitch. And let me make sure my thumbnail comes across. That looks pretty good. I like that. I like it a fair bit, as a matter of fact. Alright, I'm going to spam this in my Discords that I need to spam it in. General. Boom. Pot roast. Boom. I could throw it in my OG potatoes as well. Boom. Why not? I'm going to send it to individual people. Because why not? Boom. Boom. And what's the other one? There, this one. Boom. Alright. People and groups have been notified. Mullet is here. We YouTube stream it. Yeah, YouTube today. Partially, I just wanted to do YouTube instead. And also partially, it takes so long to transfer from Twitch to YouTube. So, like 2 nights ago when I played, my headset just turned off. Oh, My my headset turned off. I need music playing, or else my headset's gonna turn off. Okay. Whoopsie. The music won't be on stream, unfortunately, because I don't want to get destroyed by YouTube. But I can hear it. So if you want to play some music, you go ahead. I'm alive. Wow. Happy birthday, Mullet and crew. And welcome in. I keep wanting to say rebuild or dynasty. The MyNBA, or the my era's MyNBA, is ready to go. Except one final change, which do I remember where to edit my GM? Here we go. Now I believe it was the very final preset option. No, I'm wrong. Where is she? Oh no. Oh no, I don't know what number it was. I got rid of the numbers. The numbers, what do they mean? Oh no. Look at some of these great options, by the way. Very important to get this right. There she is. I should have done this right before I started, but I got sidetracked with other stuff before I could get on, and then I just wanted to start. You like those 4 options I came up with, though? Shadow helped me narrow it down to 4. And then from there we got to, well, we got the final 4, and we got Daphne Keene out here. Look like Emma Stone, shave her head. And we got the Begonia movie. I don't know what that is, but I understand that she might have been bald. Did like those, yeah, great options. Great options. So Daphne Keene's out here to run the New York Knicks. I'm not going to give myself extra badges. I'm sorry. Loved her in Spider-Man. I remember, was it Easy A? I think was a movie. Mullet, hope you enjoyed your day yesterday. And now I hope you enjoy your day here as we are taking over the 47, actually, in 25 Knicks. I have already force won this game for the Knicks because they won last night. So that will happen. One note, and maybe there'll be other notes, but first note is going to be that expansion might be a little wonky if and when we get to expansion because 145 points. Well, I mean, it was the Wizards. Bam scored 83 against the Wizards, so. But that is still a lot of points. The team design section of 2K just doesn't work this year. Also, tell me if I'm too loud or too quiet. I tried to get my mic set up well for today, last night. But you also shouldn't hear too much crackly background noise anymore, which is nice. Yeah, I can't really scroll through anything to find teams. In fact, it's completely stuck right now. It is completely stuck. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We are frozen. What is it? 5 minutes into stream. Great. It's completely frozen, so that's not good. I was thinking literally last night. I haven't really had that many problems with 2K this year. If the worst thing is expansion's kind of wonky, that's not so bad. And now we're 5 minutes into stream and it froze. So this is going to be the we're unfrozen. Just back out, 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 just back out. All right, everything's fine, everything's good. Here's our trade block, so to speak. We have added Mullet's 5 key players to the target list. The Knicks froze against the Pacers. Missed out on the conference finals. It kind of seemed like time froze when Tyrese retreated to the 3-point line and yeeted it up over Mitchell Robinson. But we don't have to talk about that during the Knicks rebuild much. I will say for these 5 players, the only one that's really attainable is Bronny, I would say. I think Dame's going to be too expensive. Drew's going to be too expensive in terms of their contract, not necessarily trade value. I think we could get Drew easily in value, but we'd have to ship out probably one of OG or Bridges in order to acquire Drew Holiday, which I don't really think is going to help us. And then Dame for both reasons and for like realism's sake, I don't know if he's going to be acquirable until like 2 years from now. And then the Thompson twins, they're already both really good now. It's going to be hard to get them. The only reason I have Alvarado on the trade block, it's not because I actively really want to trade him. It's because he does have a player option, and we do have Tyler Kolek behind Brunson. So I'm kind of thinking if Alvarado does accept his option, I'll probably offload him. Of course, this is all off-season stuff. We got like 10 games and then the playoffs already before that. And then Brunson, I think he's the only untouchable. I think I will keep Cat regardless of what happens this playoff run. But I wouldn't say he's completely untouchable. So here we got Bismack Biyombo news that he's going to retire. Oh no. I did override. LeBron wanted to go on a tour, and I felt like it's too rushed. So, oh, okay, I see Emma here. Interesting. Um, so I think the best thing to do is just go ahead and get started. We can look at the roster. I know you know the roster, but for for the sake of the stream and the series, we can take a look at the roster. Of course, there's Towns on a very large contract, 2 years, 110 million. He played 47 seasons in the NBA, and the tour is too rushed. I'll go very slow. Mitchell Robinson a year for 13 mil. We are going to have to re-sign him, and he shouldn't be too expensive. From my settings testing, I think we can get him back fairly easily. We are going to be well over the cap, but that's fine. Ariel Huck-Porty is here. We even have a trio of two-way contracts that are in the G League. Trey Jameson, Josh Hart, 2 years for 40. Don't know if Jeremy Sohan has a future here. I think he had 8 the other night, so maybe he'll crack the rotation at some point, but he's also in a contract year, so kind of depends on injuries. Injuries are on. There are going to be some injuries that carry over into next year that I'm going to have to edit probably, but we'll get there as well. Mohamed Diawara is kind of interesting. He's got A minus 3-point, which is, I don't know if that's accurate. His stats are gone for whatever reason. Other players have their correct stats for the year, but some don't. Dylan Jones is here on a two-way. OG's on a very large contract. Kevin McCullough's around. Pacom Dadier is around. Mikal Bridges, a very large contract. Jordan Clarkson's around. Landry Shamet is around. These two guys actually might crack the rotation right now because of Deuce McBride being out for now, at least for a game. And then Brunson's on a huge contract. Alvarado's got a player option for next year. And Tyler Kolek is kind of just biding his time. So that is the roster. This is the way I set up the rotation last night. Now this may change. Certainly will change come playoff time. I want Brunson and Towns playing basically all the time. Shamet's going to get 10 minutes right now. Clarkson's going to get 10. And then Alvarado. So Huck-Porty, Sohan. That is a criminal profile picture for Kolek. This one? Oh yeah, dude. This game. Caitlin Clark still has, instead of a picture, she has her player model, and that's the same for like her entire draft class. It's not like they gave Angel Reese favoritism and she has her own picture. They look so dystopian and uncanny. Uncanny, is that the right word? Uncanny Valley. That's Skibbity Toilet. We'll remember him as he was, like this picture. How about that? Oh, and I am giving him 6 minutes. I forgot. I'm giving him a 6 minute run. But yeah, with there. One other thing. Here is the draft class. Rip Kansas last night, by the way, and rip BYU first round. Duke's still playing. NC lost because they lost Caleb Wilson. And then friends. And by friends, I mean other players in the draft class. Now, I will say one thing I was concerned about was stats showing up. And they're showing up for now, although for future draft classes, they may not. 2K likes to say like 5 players played 2 games throughout the entire season, and then everyone else played 0 games. So I don't know why that is. Obviously, stats aren't accurate to real college, but like Darius Acuff is not averaging 14 assists, and Luigi Swigo's, I don't know for sure, but he's probably not averaging 4.7 blocks. And I know DeBance is good, but I know he's not averaging 3.8 blocks and 2.8 steals. Kind of crazy, but maybe that's just how good this draft class is. I don't know. Is there anything else to show before we get started? I don't think so. Unfortunately, there are no G League stats. I do have G League on, so there are going to be some random players that just jump up in overall, unfortunately. But if I turned it off, there would be random players that would get cut in favor of two-way guys. So like the Timberwolves, they wanted to cut Baron J, who was a first-round pick this year. Doesn't make any sense. So we're leaving G League on. I'm probably not going to utilize the G League. Like we have a 75 overall center just chilling in the G League. That would be extremely inexpensive if we wanted to sign. He's not that good, but he's a 75. So he's, playable. Here's a 77 power forward with A minus mid range. He's also not that good, but he's a 77. Anyway, of course, Malik Beasley. I saw something with Malik Beasley. He like settled his gambling stuff. I don't. What's going on with that? Because I and the Heat are going to cut Terry Rozier, but like, if it ain't Mac McClung or Bronny, I don't know. Well, the thing is about 2K, all of these G League players are fake. They're not even real players. All these guys, they're just completely generated to fill out the G League rosters. Now, why they don't have the rights to use actual players, I don't know. I wish they did. Or maybe they have the rights and they just don't because it's too hard. Something else I want to mention that I might have to fix because of just how 2K works, they've already given the Clippers the Pacers pick. So if that does happen in the lottery, I will give them the pick back, the Pacers their pick back, if it's in the top 4. If not, I will do nothing. But and then I'll trade it for, I believe it's the 2029 first rounder. It might be. I know it was far out in the future. It might be like 2030 or 31. I'll give them a future first. But again, that's something to worry about later. Because we got games, and I think it's time to get rolling. I also, as much as we're setting up here, I took about an hour yesterday to set this up and change the settings to be exactly how I want. So if we do some expansion, we'll get that out of the way. Injuries are on. I did turn down the duration and the frequency a little bit, and then I didn't want career-ending injuries for anybody, so we don't need any Brandon Roy, Greg Odens, Derrick Rose. We don't need that happening. So, and we changed some stuff here. And then, is it gameplay, I think? No. Somewhere there's more in-depth stats. I don't remember where. Oh, sliders for CPU user. Now this is obviously this is a sim, so I don't know if any of these really matter, but anyway. We are ready to go. So let's sim up to our first game. Get a look of the Wizards who Alex Sarr was a DNP. A coach's decision DNP last night. As we get to see Anthony Davis in a Wizards jersey for the first time. Yippee. I don't think he's playing. I just think he's being shown. Yeah, he's still out. As are probably a trio of these guys. Now we have the rotation set. I think it's fair to just sim to the rest to the end of the regular season here. We are third in the East. We've clinched at least a play-in spot. I don't think we should finish any worse than fourth. We probably won't get as high as first, but although the Pistons up there shouldn't have Cade if the injury kicked in. The injury has not kicked in for Cade. Should I give him an injury? I hate to do that, but he is technically going to be out for a while. Should have shown the coach, like the famous Saturday Night Football graphic where the Patriots used Belichick, since no one on the roster was worth showing. What, no Mac Jones? Now, how do I give a player injury? Is it vitals? It is vitals. So, oh yeah, it's very in depth. What was his injury? It was collapsed lung, wasn't it? Let's just give him his actual injury, if possible. Yeah, a month minimum. We'll do like 20 days. I don't want to change anything else about him. Now, does that help us? Possibly. I still don't think we'll get to the 1 seed, but also, yeah, I'm sure Tatum's back by now, right? Yeah. Okay. Let me go through real fast and see if there's any other player I can think of. Like, isn't Giannis out right now? Again, the entire Celtics team torn ACLs right before the playoffs. Sorry, Tatum, you're out again. Look at Memphis, the entire roster. Personal reasons. I guess that's true. I guess. There would really be no reason for Kyrie to play again this season. It does say season, but he's recovering, which I guess is accurate. Is Dylan Brooks done for the year? No, right hand, day to day. Sorber, Dame, Jimmy, AD. All right, I guess that's. I guess we're ready. Are we ready? I have to sneeze. Ow. I think we're ready, Mullet. We're just going to sim straight through to the end of the season and see how it goes. Unless there's an injury and we have to stop. Here we go. Oh, CPU. Let's go. We beat the Pelicans. We beat the Hornets. Miles McBride is back. So we're probably going to go down to a 9-man rotation. Take Clarkson's minutes. Give him to McBride. Take Shamit's minutes. And give those to McBride. There we go. All right. Ooh, Towns. High right ankle sprain, a week or two. Well, that's a bummer. Everyone's tired, which is great. Well, we got Mitchell Robinson. That's the good news. We are going to have to play. Let's see. Diawara has the ability to play center. Let's play, I think, Sohan over Huckborty. And obviously, we got to take with Towns minutes. I do not approve. I think we'll keep the 9-man rotation. Something like this. Our entire starting lineup is tired, though. Even Mitchell Robinson's tired. Well, get ready to learn 30 minutes a game, buddy. All right. What? What's not good? What's wrong with the lineup? What? Is it because Towns is too high? Yeah, it was. Okay. We beat the Rockets. We beat the Grizzlies. We beat the Bulls. We lost to the Hawks. We lost to the Celtics. We lost to the Raptors. We lost to the Hornets. Jalen Brunson sprained toe. 1 to 2 weeks into the playoffs. That is a bummer. We're going to be without possibly Towns and Brunson. Jokic is going to win MVP. Cooper Flag, Rookie of the Year, just under 20 points. Not the toe. Jaime Jaquez, 6-man. Wemby, Defensive Player. Matas Buzeles, Most Improved. Tyrese Maxey, Clutch. The team that will not be spoken of much wins these awards, and we're going to move on. Okay. All right. First team, Jokic, Doncic, Wemby, Shea, Jaylen Brown. Second team, Jalen Johnson, Tyrese Maxey, James Harden, Jamal Murray, Julius Randle. Third team, Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, Scotty Barnes, who's also hurt, Donovan Mitchell, Scotty Barnes, Anthony Edwards, and Alperen Şengün. Defensive team led by Wemby, of course, Gobert. Second team, Bam, Donovan Clingan. First team all rookies joining Cooper is Knuppel, VJ Edgecombe, Derek Queen, and Jeremiah Favors. Now, everybody and their mama said the Pelicans trading a future first for Derek Queen was a mistake. I like Derek Queen. I don't know. Maybe it works out. Second team, Cedric Coward, Maxime Reynaud, Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey, and Danny Wolf. Now, we do have some lineup issues to deal with, obviously. I don't know what we're going to do. Do we just start? I think we probably start McBride at the point, which isn't ideal, but that's probably what's going to need to happen. And then, is Towns still out? Towns could play through. Chat, we're cooked. We're 10 games into the stream. We are cooked. He's just going to have to play, is the thing. He's just going to have to. He may not play that many minutes. Clarkson's cold as we start the playoffs. We got to sap all of Brunson's minutes out. Shamit might actually play a little more. Mitch Robinson's still tired, and he's probably going to have to play more as well. How many minutes should we play Towns? Obviously, I don't want him getting hurt. He's only playing down to an 89. He's still very good. We'll have him play basically half the game. Hart is also tired, and McBride's got to play more minutes. I think this is going to be our game one rotation. Now, here's the thing. We might get those guys healthy before we actually play because we do have the play-in, as we do get the 2 seed, by the way. Tied with the Celtics, but we get the nod, the tiebreaker. And then the Pistons just kept winning regardless of Cade being out or not. But here's the play-in as it looks in the West. And the East, we'll simulate that. Towns will be healthy. Okay, very good. We'll fix that up. The Magic do get the 7 seed, and then the Sixers are going to get the 8 as the Hornets unfortunately get knocked out, as well as Bam in his 83. So we're going to play the Orlando Magic. Jalen Suggs, Desmond Bane, Franz Wagner, Paolo Banchero, and Mo Wagner starting at center over Wendell Carter. And Goga, bro, why'd you have to say it? Why did you have to say it? Is Anthony Black hurt? Because he is on the bench. In the Western play-in, the Suns will get the 7 seed, and then the Trailblazers will beat the Warriors, of course, without Jimmy. Seth Curry starting for the Warriors. Shadow's made it. Welcome, Shadow. That sure is a team right there. Beaten by this team. No Dame, of course, still. So we are ready. No, we're actually not. We're not ready. We're not ready. We do need Towns playing more minutes. Now, Brunson's still hurt, so he's not going to be able to go game 1. Day to day, though, he could be back as early as game 2. But Towns being back is a huge boost because we can take some pressure off Mitchell Robinson. We can take some minutes from Diawara and Shamet. And we can just give those directly back to Towns, who's probably going to play the entire game. Not really, but basically. So let's see how we do against the Magic. Simulate game 1. We do win. We're like day to day. And Towns back off injury, first game 32 and 14, leading the team. You'll like to see that. Paolo put up 30. Brunson will not be healthy for game 2. So it will not be today. He could play, though. He is recovering still, but he could play. We could even play him off the bench. Alvarado put up, well, I mean, he put up. He had 11. How did Kolek do? He did not score in his 6 minutes. We're going to... This is going to be a little silly, but we're actually going to give Tyler Kolek's 6-minute run to Jalen Brunson. That's all he's going to play. But he's going to play those 6 minutes. And hopefully we win. We do win. Okay. And Jalen had 6. Look at that. We end up winning by 12. Jalen Brunson's big 6 points made a difference, as did Josh Hart's huge 6 points. You know what? Valuable. And he's still not fully healthy, unfortunately. That is a bummer. How is McBride doing? 13 and 3. He's amazing shooting numbers. Well past, well, not 50, 40, 90, but 40, 50, 100. That's pretty good. 6 of 11 from 3 in the playoffs. Bridges has upped his scoring. OG has upped his scoring. Josh Hart has upped his everything but scoring, basically. Towns is playing awesome. From 20 points a game to 31. Now, obviously, Brunson not playing affects that, but Mitchell Robinson has been effective, not quite to the same rate of rebounding, but I think I'm going to keep him with the 6-minute burst. If he can come out and get 6 points again, that can help us win. We'll be on the road for 2 games. Let's get it done. We do win. Game 3. Desmond Bane scored 39. They're kind of just only playing their starters. Is Tom? Oh, it was in overtime. We win it by 8. Brunson with the big 2 free throws helps us get it to overtime. As Towns has 27 and 16. I'm telling you, the 6-minute stretch for Brunson is why we've won the last 2 games. It needed to happen. He will still not be healthy for game 4. Wouldn't expect a sweep this year, especially with a limited Brunson, but it's within the realm of possibility still. It might be a gentleman's sweep, but because we are up 3-0, I'm going to keep Brunson just with the 6-minute burst. It's working so far. Everyone else is taking care of business enough. I think we can survive. McBride's still shooting great from 3, not from 2, but we can. Let's do a little simcast action here. See how we do. Is this too slow? I could make it go faster, but then it goes way too fast. Trailing by about 5 early. Not great. We are falling behind. We are still way behind. It is not looking very good, but we're slowly, we're reeling them back in a little bit, and it's over. You switched it up and jinxed. I want my money back. Jinxed the sweep. Yeah. Towns did have 20 and 13. Not amazing. Brunson 11 in 8 minutes. He should be healthy. Is the good news, right? Hopefully. Bridges only 7 points. OG only 4 points. Fouls out in this one. Not great. Can we get Brunson back? We finally have Jalen Brunson back. Whew. Let's get him back in the rotation. We can go back to a 9-man rotation as well. Is it going to be Shamet, who's averaging 1.7 points, or Clarkson, who's averaging 9? Gee, I don't know. What do you think? What do you think I should do? We might even take. Yeah, oh gosh, we're going to take most of Alvarado's minutes as well. He's going to be the 6-minute per game guy. Well, he's not going to play. He's going to play over Shamet, I guess. Kolek has yet to really play in this playoffs. Brunson needs to go up here. If we're going to a 9-man rotation, we're just going to have to take Alvarado's minutes anyway. DOR is putting up 10 in strange shooting splits at 31% from the free throw line, but McBride did a good enough job. Shot the ball from 3 really well. That's kind of it. We're going to take a lot of his minutes. We have 38 minutes remaining. Okay. Well, Brunson's going to go up to 36. Towns is already at 36. Hart, go up 2 more. I do want Robinson and Towns playing together a bit. And then I guess Clarkson will play 10. All right. Game 5 for the gentleman's sweep. We got off to an 11-point run, and the defense has been immaculate. I do believe it's over. Yeah. 128-90 is the final of Game 5. No new injuries, which is nice. Brunson comes back, puts up 31 points. Bridges is only 3 of 10 from 3, but did have 27. And a triple-double for Mr. I don't like Indiana except for Long's Donuts, Josh Hart. Paolo, 19 in the elimination game, was not great. But they're some players away from being a competitor. I think we'll see if they're better next year. As for the rest of the NBA, I don't want to sim more than I want to. Any upsets? The Pistons sweep the Sixers. The Cavs do upset, quote unquote, the Raptors. Celtics knock out the Hawks. We beat the Magic. In the West, Portland actually took OKC to 6. That's not bad. Minnesota beats Houston in 7. 6-7. Denver over the Lakers in 5. Oof. And then San Antonio sweeps Phoenix, probably without Dillon Brooks. I don't know. He was supposed to be back, wasn't he? Not sure. So in the East, we got the 1, 2, 3, and 5. In the West, we got the 1, 2, 4, and 6. And we, of course, will play the Boston Celtics. Now, what has happened here? I can't see the menu that I want to see. What's happening? There we go. There it is. There we go. There's the Celtics. They do have Tatum. Pritchard off the bench. I don't see one notable player. That being Neemias Queta. Seems to be hurt. So that could really hurt their front court depth. I'm going to call it now Wemby versus Boston. Well, ye of, I don't want to say little faith, ye of no faith at all in our Daphne Keene-led New York Knicks. It's just the Boston Celtics. They only have the most championships in league history that we have to beat. That's all. I think we'll keep the rotation the same. And let's just get into it. I have rebuild mentality. Yeah, that's true. That's true. If we win season 1, the series ends. No, I'm just kidding. I do want to see, like, I want to try to win the championship every year, and we seem to have a legitimate chance here if we can get by the Celtics. We do win game 1. We are at home. Brunson 35, Towns 29. Nobody else. I mean, McBride 15 off the bench. 5 of 9 from 3. Bro only shoots threes. Keep doing it. Mitchell Robinson with his 10 boards and 3 blocks with 2 missed free throws. You'd like to see most of that. Tatum scores 40. Jaylen Brown, league MVP candidate, just 16. Yikes. And yeah, they do not have Keita. So we should see some high rebounding numbers in game 2. And we win. Brunson 34 and 10. Bridges and Towns both 26. Double-double, almost a triple-double. And Mitchell Robinson, again, no points, but exactly 10 rebounds, 2 blocks this time. Towns with 5 fouls only played 30 minutes, but we do win by 17. Tatum just doesn't seem to have enough right now. Brown is not scoring the ball enough. He's not taking enough shots. Vucevic, 4 of 12. Probably should not be shooting that much, if I'm going to be honest. Let's see game 3. It's not looking good for Boston. We win by 12. Tatum, 35 and 10. Brown does have a nice game, and Vucevic has a much better game. But 30 for Towns. Brunson just 12 in this one. Has like 5 messages just popped up simultaneously. I don't think I missed anything. That was weird. Josh Hart, 10 and 16 rebounds. He's 6'4", correct? 6'5". The 6'5" forward getting 16 boards. Where's Jaylen Brown? 4. Vucevic, 6. Okay, Luka Garza is doing work. He had 9, although 0 of 9 from the field. If I'm honest, Jason Tatum should be taking every single one of those 9 shots. He should be taking 32 shots. But I'll take it. We got game 4. We'll go Simcast again. Hart channeling his inner Russ with 16 rebounds. That is impressive. The way he's able to rebound, honestly, is impressive. We are in a close one here. It's getting a little out of reach. The Simcast Game 4s have not treated us well so far, but we're reeling them in. 6 minutes to go. It's within reach. Can we do it? It's, down to 2. Okay, now it's 5. Well, we we tried. We tried. We got it down to 5. We had gotten it down to 2. Tatum with 23. They only won by 5. Brown had a nice game and had an okay game. Garza with 17 this game. Brunson puts up 50. A 50 bomb wasn't enough. Towns only 11. The Simcast jinx is real. I like to do Simcast occasionally for, extra important games. Not to say the other playoff games aren't important. But, man. Wild results. 50 from Brunson. Still not enough. Looking around the league, OKC's up 3-1. The Spurs have finished off Denver 4-1. So Wemby gets a step closer. Detroit's up 3-1 on the Cavs. We're still up 3-1. And let's check in on Celtics injury report. Keita is still out 2 to 4 weeks. He had left knee tendonitis, costing him possibly the entire playoff run. Let's go Simcast Game 5. Boston gets off to a nice start this game. We're keeping up. Well, we were. Well, we're reeling them in again. Oh, we're taking the lead. Oh, baby. 2 minutes to go. We're pulling away. They can't stop us. They can't stop a nosebleed. Bart Scott. And we win it by 11. Towns 39. We're going to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. And Brunson had 38. I feel like this is a lore accurate Knicks playoff run with these two guys. Both coming off injuries, both playing exceptionally well. Putting up all the points. And we win it by 11. In the elimination game, Tatum actually took a back seat to Brown. Brown should be playing more minutes. Luka Garza playing 20 minutes. They just don't have the front court depth in this series, to be honest. Vucevic, I feel like, did his best. Derek White just 7 points on 3 of 10. For us, nobody shot particularly poorly, although Bridges only 6 of 18, 2 of 10 from threes, the bad part. But we are going to advance, and we will face the Detroit Pistons, number 1 seed. The Thunder do finish off the Minnesota Timberwolves in 5. So the Thunder, Spurs, Pistons, and us. Now, Duncan Robinson has been inserted into the starting lineup. Of course, they have Cade back. Usual. Isaiah Stewart's probably going to try to fight somebody in the series, so we got to be prepared for that. And just hope it's not one of our stars that ends up getting tossed. Duncan Robinson. Mikal Bridges should feast, but we'll see. Maybe they switch Asor Thompson. See, they have a lot of switching capability, probably more than us, because Cade can also play everybody through, from Brunson through Josh Hart. Whereas we probably should stick Brunson on Duncan Robinson, to be honest. Probably let Bridges play Cade, OG take Tobias, Josh Hart on Asor. I don't think any of that's crazy to say. But we'll see how it goes. Here goes game 1. As we lose. We've lost a game 1. Now we are on the road. Series ain't over yet. Game 2. We win. We steal a game on the road. All right, game 1 we lost by 12. Cade and Duren had 31. Brunson and Bridges both had 25. Game 2. There you go. We win by 20. Brunson scores 43. Double-double from OG. Mitchell Robinson doing his rebounding thing. 13 in just 24 minutes is so huge. Breaking news, his other lung collapsed. He's had 31 and 27 in these 2 games so far. 9 assists in this one. Duncan Robinson's playing okay. I don't know if I would keep him in the starting lineup, but I don't know who I would insert I mean, you've got Karis LeVert not even playing in these playoffs, and you've got Kevin Huerter, who's basically a slightly better athlete of Duncan Robinson, I would say. He did have 5 assists. I don't know. If I'm the Pistons, I don't want Duncan Robinson starting in the playoffs. That would be my feeling. We'll go sim game 3 though. Two guys who should get some minutes at least. Yeah, I would think so. I think they're playing it a little too aggressive in terms of their amount of players in their rotation. And I don't think Duncan Robinson should be playing that many minutes. But maybe he'll score 30. And maybe not. We win game 3. Brunson 34, Bridges 24. Towns hasn't been as effective this series, but we're still winning. Not a ton of bench scoring either, but Isaiah Stewart is going to lead them in this game. Did Cade get hurt? No, he played 38 minutes. He still had 17 and 15. And yeah, Duncan Robinson had 4, not 30. So if he'd had 10 even, it could have gotten to overtime. Yeah, it's just, they had 28 rebounds as a team. Well, we only had, or I'm sorry, they had 41 rebounds. We only had 29. Of course, we didn't miss nearly as many shots. So, all right, game 4. Let's see if we can take another 3-1 lead. No, the Pistons, they're going to make it a series again, as we only scored 8 points in the first quarter. They only scored 15, but we lose by 15. Towns 24, Brunson 22, 11 boards for Hart, 11 for Mitchell Robinson. Brunson just 7 of 22, 2 of 11 from 3, combined with Bridges only 1 of 8. And then Cade 36. Duran hasn't been a huge scorer, I feel like, but still rebounding. As what in the world is that outside? Somebody weed eating. That's unfortunate. Well, we're going to power through, and we're going to try to win game 5. No injuries so far, knock on wood, for us. We lose. Is Cade going to be too much? We put up 40 in the first, and then only 14 in the second. Outscored in the second half by 16 points. We end up losing by 12. Do we, as Huckporty plays in this game, Towns fouls out in just 27 minutes. Weed Eater Boy should have done that yesterday when it was 80, not today. Well, it's 40. Yeah, you're right about that. It's 36. It got up to 82, I think, yesterday or something like that. You're not wrong. Do we, man, possible elimination game here? As in the West, the Thunder are now up 3-2 on Wemby as they look to go back to back still. Do we change anything in the rotation here? Brunson is playing out of his mind. I think he needs to play even more minutes. Bridges is still averaging 18. He's not shooting well from 3. He's not shooting well at all from the field. He might even play less minutes. OG is not really scoring. He's not shooting. His third lung collapsed. No, he's going to miss a game. Oh, no. Josh Hart, he's playing his heart out. And then Towns probably needs to play more minutes as well. His scoring has come back down since Brunson's been back. Of course, that makes sense. Mitchell Robinson just... The problem with Mitchell Robinson is the known problem with Mitchell Robinson. He's not going to score. And he's going to shoot terribly from the free throw line. Great rebounder. I cannot play him this many minutes in a potential elimination game. Diawara, the scoring's come down. He doesn't shoot a ton, and he really doesn't do anything else. He's going to play like an 8-minute stretch, and that's it. McBride, still shooting great from 3, but doesn't shoot that much. So we're going to take some minutes there. Is that like obnoxiously loud on the stream? That's awful. Jordan Clarkson's still playing fairly well. I think we'll leave his minutes. Do we play anyone else off the bench here? Like, I know Alvarado's not going to score, is the problem. He's a good defender, but we got to worry about Cade Cunningham. He's 6'8". I don't think Alvarado's going to be playing good enough defense against Cade Cunningham. So I think we're just going to boost Brunson to basically the entire game. And we're going to boost Towns the rest. And we might even take some minutes off the other two here and put him on Hart. He's playing his heart out. I think he deserves the minutes over OG and Bridges. All right. Potential elimination game for both conferences. Let's get in the Simcast. What in the world? We're up 9-1. He's playing his heart out. There's a I don't want to say infamous. There's a clip of me playing Overwatch, starting to rant about something. I'm gonna have to check what that is. And I just go, he's playing his heart out. It's very funny. I'll be right back. All right. Well, nothing I can do about that. As we are going to beat the Pistons in this was game 6, correct? Do we dismantle them 124-87 as we've tied the series up 3-3. The changes worked and Brunson goes off for 39, Josh Hart 16. Towns again fouls out. I don't love that. Clarkson 13 in just 13 minutes. He should, I guess, be playing more. He's rejuvenated after missing some time. I say missing some time, just literally just not playing. McBride 1 of 7 from 3. Diawara just 2 points. In the elimination game of all elimination games, Josh Hart, you're tired. Get ready to learn 48 minutes, buddy. Not really. He's going to keep the 38. But this is what we're going with for Game 7. As the Spurs tie it up in the West, Wemby 29. They won by 12. Oh boy, who's going to face off with who? 3-3. Both series. Brunson coming off 39. Jalen Duren had 20 rebounds. Maybe we do need Mitchell Robinson playing more. He had 10. 5 of 5 with 5 offensive boards. Mitchell Robinson playing his heart out. All right, Game 7. Here we go. Pistons out to a 11, 12, 14, nothing start. Oh. Oh, no. All right, we're going to make it close by the end of the quarter, maybe. Maybe not. That was a tremendously bad start. Down 11 at the end of the quarter. Oh, boy. Well, it's not looking too good. Coaching staff wanted me to give more minutes to Alvarado, and more to Shamit, but less to Jalen Clarkson. Well, guess what? Clarkson was playing the best out of the 3, so we are getting dismantled this game. This is unfortunate. It is a home game for Detroit. They are the 1 seed. You can't win them all. We'll try to be back next year. Will changes be made? Will big changes be made? We'll have to see. We are going to lose this game by nearly 30. We have been eliminated. 33. Pistons do what it takes. Game over. Unfortunate, and very unfortunate to lose in this fashion. Cade scores 51, 18 of 20 free throws. Okay. Bridges 26, Towns 26, Brunson just 20. Only 14 shots. I'd obviously like him to take more shots than that. OG 3 of 12. Josh Hart just 8 attempts, too many threes. A lot of foul trouble in this game too. 5 on Bridges. Brunson fouls out. 5 on OG. 5 on Hart. That's hard to overcome. By Cat. He didn't. Well, I mean, two of 7 from 3. Bridges also just 4 of 10. 9 of 21 from the field. Nobody really got to the free throw line, whereas Cade went 18 of 20. You could. I mean, we lost by 33, so I'm not going to blame the refs, but 20 free throws for just Cade Cunningham. We had. Did we have like 15 as a team? Yeah, we had 15 as a team. That's not good. Well, we fall short. Let's see game 7 quickly here. Thunder Spurs. Spurs. Wemby. He's going to get there. He's going to do it. There you go. So Victor Wembanyama will win Western Finals MVP, and Cade, obviously Eastern. We just ultimately didn't have enough to beat Cade, and unfortunately, we can blame a lot of things. That is specifically on Brunson. Unfortunately, he is not going to be able to stop Cade, which is going to be a problem because we are probably going to have to match up with him again in the future. And Brunson is not going to get taller magically, so I don't know how that's going to go. Shea did have 36 in the elimination game, 7 turnovers, and only 8 free throws. Wow. The NBA is rigged. They wanted Wemby versus Cade. Yeah, I'm sure over OKC and the Knicks. I'm sure that's what they wanted. Let's just sim the round. The Pistons are going to win it in 7. Cade couldn't be stopped by De'Aaron Fox either. Holy moly, 37.4, 11 assists. Finals MVP. Detroit with Duncan Robinson. I guess I should have not made fun of Duncan Robinson. They get it done. Game 7, Cade 38 and 13. Jalen Duren is a problem. He's hard to out-rebound. Wemby 24, I would say, is modest in an elimination game where they lose by 18 in a game 7. Home game for Detroit. They kept home court advantage by the Spurs being the team they faced and not the Thunder. So that helped, I suppose. Wow. Well, that's it. That's it for year 1. Let's get a screenshot here of the bracket. We can look at our final playoff stats. Jalen Brunson, obviously, in that first series, he played a lot of games where he only played 6 minutes a game, so his stats are kind of skewed too low. But he shot the ball really well. Towns just didn't shoot enough, I would say. 56% from the field. And then Bridges at 18 a game. OG only 12. Now, I like him as a defender, but does that contract justify him getting 12 points per game in the playoffs? I don't know. 10 for Hart, along with 10 rebounds and 7 assists. Gotta like the effort. McBride 9 a game. Started in that first series 4 games. Only 4? Only 4? That's all. I guess Brunson was back for game 5, wasn't he? Clarkson with 8 a game. Wasn't flashy, but he shot the ball well. Diawara just kind of fell out of the rotation. Mitchell Robinson 5 and 8 was okay. Alvarado lost his minutes. Shamit shouldn't have been playing. Sohan got in for a minute. Kolek got in slightly. Huckporty, Dadier. and our G League guys. So Josh Hart just barely out rebounding Towns in 2 minutes more per game. Towns struggled to stay on the court, which I feel like is a Towns-esque problem, unfortunately. Post-bullying stretch cleaner is his full description there. Brunson is a crafty offensive engine who's only 6'2 with 6'4 arms compared to Cade, 6'6", 7-foot arms, putting up 35 on his head. That is going to be a problem. Now, that's not to say we get rid of Brunson, but it's going to be something we got to be aware of. All right. Offseason number 1, player retirements. I am going to override LeBron. Let him go on a proper farewell tour. Oh no, Thanasis. Oh. Russ. We're going to say goodbye to Russ. We're going to say, oh man, Clay. Clay has a year for $17.5 million on his contract. The thing is, he's not going to play. He's going to regress. He's already made his $100 million. I think we can let him go. We'll see if he's a Hall of Famer. I'm not positive. Bye, Clay. The worst retirement of all, Bismack Biyombo, set to retire from the NBA after 15 years. You will be missed, Bismack, with your 5 and 6 per game. Mike Conley as well. Joe Ingles. Oh, Steph wants to retire. Okay, we're going to keep Steph around another year or two. He's on the books for $62 million. Al Horford at 40 can go. He's made his money. That's fine. A lot of these guys. Shout out others. Chris Paul. Skal Labissiere is going to retire. Jacob Toppin, unfortunately, after an injury, is going to retire. Markelle Fultz. That's an unfortunate one. Alec Burks. Lonnie Walker is an unfortunate one. Tristan Thompson. Probably past time. Imani Bates. No. Not Imani Bates. I always wanted to develop in a series or whatever, a rebuild. It's not going to happen. DeLon Wright, PJ Tucker, Alex Len, James Johnson, Pacers legend, Torrey Craig, Jay Crowder, Kevin Knox, Cam Reddish, O'Shea Brissett, Malachi Flynn. Pistons had a 50-point game. Yeah, so we'll have LeBron for 1 more year, and we'll have Steph for 1 more year. Jahlil Okafor, part of the original Trust the Process. Bojan Bogdanovic, Pacers legend. Reggie Jackson. I don't know why I'm going through all that. Taj Gibson, the last one. All right. Staff retirements. We got some assistants. Luke Walton already. He just doesn't want to be a coach anymore, I guess. All right. To the Hall of Fame goes Chris Paul and Russell Westbrook. Russ, more points and rebounds. Paul, more assists and steals. Both obviously deserving. So when a player shows up on the retirement list, you can override it for 1 additional season. And then they'll, like 99% of the time, retire the following year. It's happened before where somebody stuck around longer, but it's rare. So it will be a retirement tour for both Steph and LeBron. Now, could they unite? Potentially. Could that be something that could happen? I don't know. We'll find out. Jersey retirements. Russ by the Thunder. Deserved. Derrick Rose by the Bulls. Happened in real life. Deserved. Chris Paul by the Clippers. And this is the only team that retired Chris Paul's jersey. I guess. I mean, he was quite good. I would say he was better with the Hornets, even with the Lob City Clippers, but interesting. Kyle Lowry with the Raptors and Clay with the Warriors. He did not make the Hall of Fame, by the way. It was just Westbrook and Chris Paul. Interesting. No Klay Thompson to the Hall of Fame. All right. League meetings. Now we don't have expansion yet. So, and then I'm not going to approve this. I should show before we go into the next season. Is it transactions? No, it's going to be league history. Where's league history? Rule change history. We did make some minor changes. We added a couple All Stars and a couple Rising Challenge players to each team. And obviously, this doesn't really matter, but players will wear their NBA team during the Rising Stars game, which I think is more important than the All Star game because if you're a casual fan and you're watching the All Star game, you probably know all the players, and you're like, oh yeah, that's whoever from whatever team. If you're watching the Rising Stars game as a casual fan, you probably have no idea who most players are going to be. So I think it's fair to say just wear your NBA jersey. That way they can identify like who the heck you are. So, do these things matter for the sake of the rebuild? No, they don't. Before we get to the draft lottery, there are some things to do here, like cap holds. Oh yeah, dude, the detail in 2K with some minor problems. Just about everything in 2K is much better and easier to do than Madden. Remember, I haven't played 2K since Carmelo. 2K, you did say 2K15 the other day, yeah. And then I was telling you, oh man, 16 was so good. Yeah, they have added a lot since then. Now, I will say there's some guys here that I don't think will be back. We'll start with I think all three of our two-way guys. I don't think we're going to need to bring those guys back, and they're each costing over $2 million in cap. So we're going to renounce Dylan Brooks, Kevin McCullough, Kansas Jayhawk legend, and Trey Jameson. I do want to keep Pacome Dadier around. He was a first-round pick. I think there's a world where he could develop and be at least a rotational player. He's only 20. Now, Huck Porty, on the other hand, he's not in the rotation. At best, he's going to be a third string center. I think we are going to let him out of his deal as well. He's very cheap, but, you know. Now, between Diawara and Sohan, I like the fact that Diawara has an A-minus 3-point rating, and he's a better athlete. He's not as good of a rebounder or playmaker. Similar post defense, bad perimeter defender, but they're both power forwards. I think we're going to let Sohan go. We have contract control for Diawara for a while. He can be restricted free agent for a bit. So we're going to let Sohan go. And he's 2 years younger, yes. And he's a tiny little bit cheaper. A little over $1 million cheaper. Landry Shamet did not play well in the playoffs. If we want him back, we can get him back for cheap. I'm going to let him go for now. And even Jordan Clarkson, who played better in the playoffs, he's 34. We can get him back if we need, but we're going to let him out of the cap hold for now. Great six-man for the Jazz, but the Jazz were bad. So Jose Alvarado does have an option, so we can't do anything there. And the Mitchell Robinson, I don't want to let out of his cap hold because I do want to have rights to sign him first. That is a large cap hold, and hopefully we can get him for cheaper than that because he is just not an offensive player. He's a great offensive rebounder. When I say he's not an offensive player, that's not to discredit his rebounding ability. But 36% from the free throw line this year, you'd think he'd get better over time. It just hasn't happened. So now we can look at. Actually, the trade finder does not show up yet. So let's go get through the draft lottery. And keep in mind, I will give the Pacers back their pick if it's in the top 4. This should be the Heat. And it is. We can let this play through one time. We'll skip it through it next year and years beyond. Warriors will hold. Somebody's going to jump up super high. I feel like from like 10th. 26th lottery selection. Yeah, they were very bad prior to the, 2010s and 2020s. Hornets will stay at 12. They pick in the lottery every year. The Thunder, watch it be the Thunder that jumps up. No, they will not. Good. They have the 11th and the 18th picks. They probably don't need both those, but they probably going to draft two guys. Bucks, will the Bucks move up? No. Could Giannis be traded? That was something that was discussed prior to the series starting. Could happen. Pick 9 is supposed to be the Bulls. Will it be? Yes. So the Bulls, they could have had Cooper Flagg had Josh Giddey not hit a half-court shot at the end of last season. Instead, they got Noah Essengay. Not as good. This should be the Hawks at pick 8. Oh, the Hawks. The Hawks are moving up, and the Mavs get screwed after moving up last year, obviously, for Cooper Flagg. This should be the Grizzlies. No one cares. Man's career was ended in the G League by Johnny Furphy, by the way. Grizzlies will stick at 7. This should be the Jazz. No, the Jazz move up. The Nets will pick 6 after a bad year with a bad roster. That's got to be disappointing for them. And then this could be the Pacers pick at 5. And it is. So the Clippers actually would get this pick because it's pick 5. So I don't have to do anything. That would happen, you know? The Pacers would just lose their pick. This should be the Wizards at 4. It is not. The Kings. Oh, the Kings. 29th lottery selection. Most in NBA history. Wow. Oh, who would have foreseen the Kings forever being terrible? Wow. Wizards, will they get 3? They will not. The Jazz get 3. Now, obviously, these top 3 teams are going to get a heck of a prospect, but so who does that leave? The Hawks and the Wizards. Who will it be? The Wizards will get 2, and the Atlanta Hawks, again, will get pick 1. How many pick 1s do they need? I guess more than 1. They only have 1. Wizards had a trade stipulation there, but they get to keep their pick. So the Hawks with a 6% chance move up again to pair someone. And this is the Pelicans pick. That's right. So the Pelicans did end up effectively trading pick 1 to get Derek Queen. So maybe it was a bad trade. They could have not done that and gotten, you know, I don't know. Are you going to draft Boozer at pick 1 though? I don't know. So the Hawks get pick 1, Wizards 2, Jazz 3. We are, by the way, do we even have a pick? We do have our own pick at 27. That's it for now. That's a pretty crazy draft lottery, I would say. If I'm the Hawks, man, I probably wouldn't take Boozer because they have some front court depth. Would you go Peterson or would you go Debansa with the Hawks right now? Probably Debansa. I don't know if you can go wrong between either of them. Obviously, we'll see how their real careers pan out, but as prospects for a 2K rebuild, Debansa has 5 collapsed lungs. Should drop to 27th-ish. I agree. I would even trade up for him to 20th or so. If he's still there at like 5, I'd be trying to trade up, in all fairness. And it does stink that the Pacers lose their pick, but I'd rather have it happen here than in real life. Staff signing, there's Daphne. Couldn't quite get to the finals in year 1, but still a pretty good season. Our entire staff is already kind of set, so we're just going to skip that. I'll be honest, the combine and the pre-draft workouts don't really do much for me, so I'm going to skip those as well. We're going to skip to the draft. We're not going to start the draft yet, though. Any interesting, compelling transactions here? A lot of assistants hired. Any head coaches? Sixers. Doc gone. Or no, Doc's with the Bucks. What has happened to my mute? Oh, it's an Ed. Who's coach? I don't know. Not a ball knower. I can't think of who knows anymore. He's probably just coaching both teams, I would say. Maybe he should not do that. Was that the only? Oh, Bulls have a new head coach, and it's a fake guy. All right. Doc's on third. Who's on second? I don't know who's on first. Third base. We are up to the draft. Now we can look at the trade finder. We have 2 picks. I don't know if I want to make both. We could even trade up potentially. I do think I want to keep Towns. He's 30. Before we look at trades, actually, can we look at extensions? Can we extend anybody? We cannot do that yet. Okay, that's a bummer. He is in the final year of his deal. OG has 2 still, but do I want to keep OG around? He was not good in the playoffs. He is an excellent defender, but so is Bridges. And he outscored OG in these playoffs. And he's making $9 million less. Now, to be fair, we should also look at our money situation. We are currently 12 million over the salary cap, but we have some luxury tax space, so we're not. We could run it back, but also we also might want to trade Dottie if he's going to be 5.7 million. I think it's possible we could trade OG here. He also has a player option for a 3rd year. I don't really see him. I don't see myself wanting to keep him around that long, to be honest. Bridges could play the 3. McBride could start at the 2. That's an option. OG's an excellent defender. The Knicks gave up a lot to get him. If we look at our future picks, that's an option. We currently do not have a first in 2027. We don't have a first in 2029 either. I think it would be smart to try to recoup some picks, maybe even get some bench players. I'm going to explore at least trading OG and Anunoby here. Now that is about the worst possible trade anyone could ever imagine. Bobby Portis with Kyle Kuzma attached, and we have to give up a 1st-round pick. You might as well just fire Daphne Keene right now. This is also equally bad. Now we do save salary, a lot of it, but why would we also be giving up pick 27? I don't know. Dyson Daniels can't shoot is a problem. If the Hawks actually pulled this off, if they traded for OG, that would probably signify they would want Peterson. So that could be something to look forward to as far as the draft. Again, this would save a lot of salary. I don't know why we would do it. Miles Bridges and Diabate. We unite the Bridges brothers. I don't know if we want to do that. I don't really want my first move to be trading for Miles Bridges. Again, I don't want to trade our 1st-round pick in this trade either. OG is a very valuable player. If we just have to keep him, we'll keep him. Don't want Goga. Jalen Suggs is interesting because he could play the 2 at 6'5". I don't. Man, OG's only a 3-star value at an 86. It's a big contract. I guess I get it. No. Michael Porter. No. Bridges Bros. Thompson Bros. Bron and Bronny. That's something else to consider. If we just ship them off to someone for picks, we could end up having salary cap enough to go out for a big name free agent, such as LeBron James. The Pacers offering Zubac and Obi Toppin really isn't that bad of a deal for us, but I don't really want to do that. Cat could move to the 4, and then we'd have Obi as the backup 4, I guess. I don't want to give up another first. We have no future draft capital right now. We're missing 2 firsts, and we don't have a high first round pick this year either. It's intriguing because it's, Zubac and Obi, but Herb Jones and Jordan Poole, no. Could get Emmanuel quickly back. Again, I don't want to trade the first round pick with it. This one's kind of interesting. Carter Bryant, just a rookie last year, didn't play particularly great. Don't hate the Zubac Obi. Yeah. And if we get Zubac, that would have to mean Cat plays the 4, because I'm assuming we're going to keep Mitchell Robinson to be the backup center. I wouldn't want to start him. And obviously I wouldn't want Zubac coming off the bench. So this is kind of compelling because we do get a first, but I don't think it's enough value. Brooks and Maluach. Again, I also don't want my first move to be trading for Dylan Brooks necessarily. Some younger guys. This would be interesting for the Wizards. Will Riley did average 9.5. Jaden Hardy. I'm not sure he would be in the rotation. Did shoot the ball pretty well. I don't think there's a very good trade on the trade block here, or trade finder. Is there one that we could manufacture? Where would we send him to? Could we get Giannis? I don't want that being my first move either. The Bulls were interested, and they don't have a lot of salary tied up in their roster right now. It might have to be once free agency starts. If I could get Buzelas, I would probably do it. We can't trade for him right now. It'd have to be a team that just is able to acquire him, I think, without giving up a star player. I don't want Dyson Daniels. Jonathan Kuminga? If they draft Boozer, maybe? He's on an expiring deal. He's a free agent, so no. Tyler Hero? Is that intriguing enough? He's a B minus perimeter defender. It's not terrible. 6th man of the year, Jaime Jaquez. I will say Keontae George was a player I wrote down as someone that I might want to try to acquire to play the 2 next to Brunson. He had a good year. We could also consider the 2 Thompson twins, although I don't think Amon is available. It's just going to be too difficult to get him. LeBron is a free agent. Did not resign. Could ship OG to Dallas. Play Cooper Flag at the 4, maybe. Don't know if I love that. The Pacers were interested. I should probably help them out, putting them hard back at the 2. I don't think the Pistons would really trade a Soar right now. They can't right now either. He's got an option. Could trade him back to Toronto. I don't know what they were offering us quickly. Again, he'd be an undersized option at the 2. The salaries match close enough. It could happen. He's a better. I don't know about better. He's a good defender. A minus perimeter defense. This could be an option, trading for quickly back, which would be ironic, but it would also leave Toronto without a point guard, really. They have Jamal Shed. I don't think a trade is imminent. It's not going to happen just yet. We should also consider the Giannis trade possibility. Not to us, but somewhere around the league. They still have McDaniels. Maybe the Warriors could trade for Giannis or OG. I don't know what we would want from the Warriors. Not really Podziemski. I don't really want to take on Draymond or Jimmy. I'd probably... Would I prefer Jimmy? I mean, he's on a much bigger contract. He's an F athlete. Okay, I think Jimmy might be just cooked. He's still an 88 overall right now, which is pretty high. Maybe the Wizards. Maybe we could get some young pieces from the Wizards for much cheaper. That could be an option. Well, let's see how the draft goes. And before we also do the draft, I don't think I want either of these picks. I meant to go Trade Finder. What can we get for our first? Probably not a future. Oh, we can get a future first. Now it's from the Celtics or the Spurs. So it's going to be another low pick. But it can be a future first. Ooh, we can trade down 3 spots. Wow. How compelling. We could get a Spurs or Timberwolves pick and keep our second rounder. I think that's the one we'll go with. So we're not going to have a first round pick this year, but we are getting a future pick, which I kind of prefer. Let's do that. First trade has been made. I kind of like it. We'll see if it pans out. I think I do want to keep the second round pick, at least for now, and see who's available during the draft. So let's find out. To the draft. Hawks up first. They do select Darian Peterson. I would say they'd like to trade Dyson Daniels. Could they get Giannis? You know, they took a swing to get Kuminga. If they don't re-sign him, Riza Shea's not necessarily a lock to be in the starting lineup. They do have Jalen Johnson who could play the 3. Could they get Giannis? Maybe. Surprise Giannis team. The Wizards at 2 go with Debansa. So will the Jazz go Boozer at 3? They have a lot of bigs. They do. Could they trade Lauri Markkanen? Would we be interested in Lauri Markkanen? Probably not. Kings, Caleb Wilson. Makes sense. Clippers with the Pacers pick go Kareem Lopez. All right. Nets go with Darius Cuff. Grizzlies, Kingston, Flemings. Could they trade Jaw? We are being offered again Dyson Daniels. I'm sorry, this is between the Mavs and the Hawks. Why would the Mavs do this? I left trade CPU trade offers on, but I put it on approve so I could approve them. I don't really get why the Mavs would do this, so I'm going to decline. And they get Braylon Mullins instead. I think that's more than fair. And more than better, to be honest. Isaiah Evans in the top 10. Mavs known for terror. Yeah, did Nico get back in the office? Did he secretly make that trade? JT Toppin into the top 10. Good for him. To the Bucks. Keaton Wagler. Nate Ament. We have another trade. The Warriors are trying to acquire Miles Bridges and Diabate for 2 firsts. They're trying to stay relevant. This probably means they're letting Jimmy go, I would assume. Now, why would the Hornets do this exactly? Because they're offloading 2 rotation players just to get pick 13 and a future pick. I'm going to decline that too. Warriors go with Koa Pete. I think that's better off for both teams. Thomas Howe. All right, the Bucks are trying to get Kyle Kuzma and AJ Green off the roster for a first and a second. This feels like something the Bulls would do. They don't need Kyle Kuzma. That's no. Steinbach, a big, is much better. This is why I let the CPU at least come up with ideas, but I want to give myself the right to override. Yaxel Lindenborg from Michigan down at 16 to the Hornets. I like that pick. Another trade. This is just pick swaps. Now, why are the Thunder trading for another pick? They don't need that. What are we doing? The Grizzlies take another point guard. Elijah Arenas to the Thunder. The Thunder could be forced to make some roster decisions here since they are drafting players. Yesufu, I like that for the Nuggets. Sturts as a backup point guard. I like that for the Hawks. Mara. We got another trade offer. Bobby Portis to the Raptors. A first round pick swap with Jameson Battle included. I guess I will let this one go through. I guess. We have a trade. It's a massive one. The Bucks get Phylon from Bama. Lakers Chris Sinakabig. I like that for them. Pistons go Caden Boozer. Backup for Cade Cunningham. I like it. Celtics a big. Makes sense. We got another trade offer. The Bucks still trying to trade AJ Green and Tayshaun, or not Tayshaun, sorry, Taurean Prince. The Spurs would give up 2 firsts for AJ Green and Taurean Prince? No way, dude. They get Amari Allen instead. Another big man for the Timberwolves is interesting. How about a Naz Reid trade? Christian Anderson, point guard, the Cavs. We are coming up here. The end of the first round ends with Noah Kawaku Hugie. I'm sure I said that name 100% correct. Mark Tatum appears again. Second round starts off with Andrej Kostic. And we're up. So let's see if anybody fell through the cracks. Luigi Swigo. Now, he was averaging a ton of blocks. He was the block leader, I believe, at 4.6. Now, in Italy, only 13 points, 12 and a half assists. I don't think center is our top need. B minus 3-point, though. And A minus post defense. B plus potential. He could be an option here in the second round. A developmental third string center. AJ Green and Tayshaun Prince, my favorite post Ocho Cinco Bengals receiver. AJ Green. And my favorite 3-ball shooter on the Ben and Rashid crew. Yes, those two in particular. That was a stretch. Yes, those two individuals for sure. I'm kind of liking Luigi Swigo here. 8'1" wingspan. I like saying arm span, but he's also rated 8th in this draft class by 2K, and he's just fallen to 32. He's an intriguing enough player to consider, at least. Flory out of, is this Kansas, right? Yeah. The stats aren't great. Ruzic here scored 18.5. Again, overseas, Croatia. A lot of European players. That could be a common theme in future draft classes. Wink. Dash Daniels out of Australia. Bryce is in this class. Bryce is in this class. We could just draft him now. B minus 3-point. Not really great at anything else with only B minus potential. I don't know about that. Boogie Fland didn't do himself much favors this year at Florida. Well, Mullet, I'll defer to you. My my options right now, I believe, day 3 pick. We could trade for a second round pick if he's still on the board in like 10, 15 picks. Um, my thought right now is Luigi Swigo. Now he's going to be our third string center, but it is good to have depth. He'll be an upgrade over Ariel Puckporty, I believe, right away. He's 8th overall in the entire class. He's not a great scorer, but I think he could possibly be a better scorer than Mitchell Robinson. He's a better shooter, certainly. I trust you with Swigo. The 4.6 blocks sticks out as like an amazing, like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. We don't know any of his stats for sure, but we're projecting him to have a B minus 3 point at 19 at 7'4", 250 pounds, and be a good interior defender. He's not a great rebounder. On lunch break for the next 30 minutes, well, I'm going to go ahead and draft Swigo then. He is our pick out of Italy. Hopefully, this is a better fit than Andre Bargnani was. Now, I don't expect him to be as good right away as Bargnani, although Knicks Bargnani he might actually be. So I'll see if we can get Bryce James on the squad as well. We'll see. That could potentially lead to a LeBron signing. Who knows? Who knows what could happen? 12:30 when you're back. All right. Yeah, we'll see what happens here in the next half hour. I probably won't start season 2 yet, but let's see if Bryce James even gets drafted, and he might end up being a 2-way contract guy. Alex Caravan, the Hawks kind of looking like, or the Hawks, the Rockets kind of looking like Chandler Parsons. I think even the same number, if I saw that right. Huge shot made by Owe, dude. Huge, unreal shot. Good for him getting drafted by the Hornets, I think it was. Hornets could be good in this franchise. We'll see. I don't know if I really want to trade for a second pick. Boogie Fland does get drafted. Probably should not be in this draft class. We're at pick 58. The Pelicans have it. Pause. Okay. All right. We trade a future second. I think. I hope. I hope that wasn't a first. The Knicks for their 2028 second. Yeah. We are going to select Bryce James for the memes. Now, there probably are better players here. Like Dash Daniels is probably a better all around player. But actually, Bryce is the 4th best available, so he could be actually better. The scoring's around the same. 13.3 assists from De La Era and 2 steals, but we'll give Bryce a shot. He's got B minus 3 point, which is the highest 3 point rating. Not a great defender. I'll probably stick him at the 3 as opposed to the 2. He's an off screen shooter with B minus physical. And he's only, is he 19 as well? He's only 19. We'll take him. Bryce James has been acquired. Huge move. Definitely the James that moves the needle that we could have gotten in this draft class. Or, well, in this league. Obviously, he was the only one in this draft class. Darian Peterson does go 1, Debanza 2, and Boozer 3. I could see this being quite realistic. We'll see how it turns out. And we're going to sign both. Luigi's only a 69. I think he could actually be impactful as a rookie. I just don't know if he's going to get many minutes. And then Bryce James is a 68. So he's actually only one off of Swigo. Don't mind that. Jose Alvarado did accept his player option. Dadier's option's only for $3 million, so we'll accept that. He still could possibly be traded. Harden's going to decline his player option. So does Trae Young. That would be kind of devastating for Washington if he were to leave. And then Austin Reeves declines. That one makes sense. Qualifying offers, I think only Diawara, not Jones, not McCullough, not Jameson. And we just replaced Huck Porty, who was last year's second round pick, or 2 years ago, actually. So we'll bring back Diawara with an offer. Now, if he gets a huge contract offer from somebody, I'd be surprised, but we'd probably not keep him. So LeBron does headline the free agent class. The Lakers and then the Nets are the only teams that have really given him a serious offer. The Spurs would be intriguing, obviously, because of Wemby. They just made it to the finals, but lost in 7 to the Pistons. The Rockets to play with KD, I guess. The Sixers to play with Embiid and Paul George, but let Maxey run the show. I don't know about that. Jokic and the Nuggets would be kind of crazy. The Cavs, this feels like a pity offer. I don't know what that is, $7 million. That's like, if you really just want to come back for one more year with the Cavs, here's $7 million. We do need to bring back Mitchell Robinson, and he is very, very cheap. So let's see what we actually need. We do need Mitchell Robinson back. Diawara back would be nice. We could look for another power forward option. We still could trade OG, and that would save 40-something million dollars. I don't really want to trade Bridges. I would prefer to trade OG than Bridges, to be honest. And then we would need a backup or a starting caliber option at the 2. We're good at the point guard position right now. Alvarado still could be traded. Do I want to explore the Giannis trade market now? Now would be, I think, a good time to do it, probably, if I'm going to do it. Now, the team that I kind of picked in my test of this was this Phoenix Suns, full disclosure. It was going to be Grayson Allen to send him back to the Bucks. It was going to be I don't see someone here, and Josh Green or Jalen Green is hurt. He was kind of the big piece of it that would match salary, so I don't think we can do this right now. Also, Malawach was going to be involved, and then it was going to be picks. So they may not be able to do it in this version, the only version that matters. My other options, as I have a million messages. Oops. Forgive me for a minute here. I was going to look at who were the options of where I was going to send Giannis potentially. Heat, Hornets, or Wizards in the East. Would it make sense for them to be able to acquire Giannis right now? If they could get by with only trading Wiggins among their starters, they would need to come up with another $28 million, though. It would probably have to be Tyler Hero. I don't think they'd be willing to do that. I know it's Giannis, so it's like, well, they should be. The Hornets were another option just because they're good right now, and it would kind of make sense for them to go all in. They do have a lot of young players, but they're going to develop. If they could trade, they were willing to trade Bridges and Diabate. If they would trade Bridges, that's all it would take for salary. Now, they probably want a young player back, maybe like Salon, since they've kind of gotten a lot of other power forwards here. We'll add in Salon, and then it would be probably not their own pick, because they're probably going to be good. Probably not the Mavs pick either. They don't really have other firsts, though. Maybe the Cavs. It's not valued very high. Their own in 2030. The Mavs pick could be valuable. And a second rounder. Would this be enough to acquire Giannis, Miles Bridges, Tajon Salon, 3 firsts, and a second? It's not amazing return, but they do get Salon, who could develop. They do get 3 first rounders. I need to not be involved in the trade, obviously. I need to take control of one of the two teams for a moment to make it happen. Should I make the second round pick another first? It could end up being a rental. But for a team trying to go all in, like the Hornets, it would probably be worth it. We could give him this lottery protected Heat pick. Now, Miles Bridges has been decent. Would Giannis fit in with LaMelo, Kneppel, and friends, Brandon Miller? I think so. They're not having to trade either of their centers, Diabate or Kalkbrenner. I kind of like the trade. I think it's going to happen. The first manual trade of the rebuild, Giannis is going to the Hornets. Who would have seen it coming? The other options for the West were Clippers, Suns, and the Warriors. I don't think it was going to happen with any of those teams. So I need to take control of the Bucks here somehow. How does one change teams? Team selection. There we go. Bucks. Yes. Trade. We are trading Giannis to the Hornets. We're getting Miles Bridges. We are getting Tajon Salon. And we are going to be getting 4 first-round picks. It was the Mavs, Heat, what else? Cavs? Yeah, this pick and our 2030 Hornets pick. Massive trade incoming. 4 firsts. Bridges to make the salaries work. Salon, he's kind of already been replaced on the team. He shot the ball better, but he didn't really. His minutes went down for one. I don't think the holdup in this trade would be. Do we really want to trade Salon? I think the holdup would be, are the Bucks actually getting enough? The 4 first-round picks tell me yes. That you can't lose Giannis for nothing. He's in the final year of his deal. He may not choose to resign. It is a done deal. Giannis Antetokounmpo is now a member of the Charlotte Hornets. It didn't go through. All right, we'll redo that in a second. As now we got Mr. Lawnmower outside. Where's trade settings? I need to turn on. Or let's do this. No, because the Bucks probably won't accept it. Are the Hornets really not accepting that trade for Giannis? Are we crazy? Is Michael Jordan? Is he back? How do you trade? How do you turn on I don't see trade options. Am I just skipping it? Can you not adjust trade settings, which would really suck? All right, you know what? Team selection: Bucks and Hornets. You really shouldn't have to do all this. Giannis, Bridges, Salon, Mavs, Heat, Cavs, 2030 Hornets. The official trade: Giannis Antetokounmpo is now a member of the Charlotte Hornets. It has been done finally. Gee whiz. There you go. Giannis is a Hornet. Now, before I do anything else, let me unselect being the Bucks and the Hornets. Whatever they do from here, it's on them. The Bucks also drafted Toppin. Probably should be looking to move Kuzma, to be honest. But is anybody really going to be trading for Kyle Kuzma? I don't know about that. And then for the Hornets, they go all in. They get Giannis. This is a good team. I'd probably be looking to trade Grant Williams. Probably make a net. Well, I don't know. He's got a perimeter defense, but he's also got a post defense. He'll probably play more small forward anyway. I guess I am going to help him out. There you go. Sorry to Liam McNeely. A lot of young pieces on this squad. LaMelo Ball's only 24, but they get Giannis, who's 31. He is in a contract year. It could backfire if it doesn't pan out, but I like the going all in move. And for the Bucks, at least you get the picks. If Salon doesn't develop, if it doesn't work out with him, at least you got 4 first-round picks. All right, back to us. We need Mr. Robinson back. We need an option who could at least play minutes at the power forward spot. And I would say the same thing at the 3 if we decide to trade OG Anunoby. So let's entertain some offers here for OG. Hey, Paul George. Kuzma and Miles Turner. How about no? Now, this would be an exceptional use of freeing up cap space. I don't think it helps. I don't think it helps as much. Derek White, no. Amazing. We could we could offload OG for Cam Spencer and have a pick swap. How about you give us like multiple firsts? The Hawks still want to give us Dyson Daniels. I still don't want Dyson Daniels. Kellel Ware. The Lakers, if the Lakers want to move on from LeBron, we could get Dalton Connect and then maybe sub out Kobe Buffkin for Bronny. I would need picks as well. Do we really want? I don't know if we want Dalton Connect. Do we want Dalton Connect? LeBron's going to be too expensive, I think, still. I think we would also have to trade Bridges, which I don't want to do for a LeBron rental. We just got to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals, so I don't really want to blow it up too much. Don't want Goga. Again, Jalen Suggs is interesting. He could play the 2, and then Bridges could play the 3. That is bad. That's just bad. OG now for Pascal. Pacers offering Pascal Siakam. I don't want to do that. Now, Pascal, to entertain the idea, Pascal would play the 4. Josh Hart could slide down to the 3. I don't think I have a need for Cam Jones, really, and I don't want to give up a first-round pick. Wow. Pistons putting up Ausar Thompson for OG. Should we look for an OG Ausar Thompson swap? I'm not sure if he makes us better right now. He is 6 years younger, and he's making, let's see, about $33 million less. We would have to, well, we wouldn't necessarily have to trade Luigi. We could work on the details, but the fact that Detroit just beat us and won the finals means they probably shouldn't be trading Ausar Thompson. That is interesting, though. Straight up Dylan Brooks, and they would give us a first. No, we could reacquire Dante DiVincenzo, who averaged 12.5 this past year, 4.5 boards and 4 assists. He kind of became the starting de facto point guard for the team. We're running out of options here. Jeremy Grant and Young Hansen, Podzimski, and Draymond, or Will Riley and Cam Whitmore. I don't want to give up the first. I don't really see a trade I love here. Now again, we could look to manually make a trade happen. So the teams that struck out getting Giannis, the Suns were one of those teams. I don't want Dylan Brooks, and I don't want Grayson Allen, so it's probably not going to be happening here. I wouldn't mind Rasheer Fleming, although I don't know if he'd be in the rotation either. And they'd have to add $40 million. Now, what about the Hawks? The Hawks keep wanting to give us Dyson Daniels. They drafted Darian Peterson. Probably should move Dyson Daniels back to point guard. I might help. Oh, you know what? Let's actually do that, and let's do Nembhard to shooting guard for the Pacers. That way they now have point guard, Peterson behind Walker. Let's move Kispert up, I think, as well. That looks better. And then for the Pacers, because of Halliburton's injury, they had Nembhard move back to the point guard spot. I meant to do this before the draft. I forgot. My bad. My bad. I wouldn't mind the possibility of reacquiring Obi Toppin for OG, and then they could move Jarris Walker to the 4 because Pascal can play the 5. We could maybe work out something with the Pacers. It'd be a little wonky to do that, but we could try it. To trade for Obi Toppin's kind of silly, maybe, but that might be what happens. Let's see if we can make it happen. OG to the Pacers for Obi Toppin. They would have to add $22 million. Nembhard? Would Naismith be enough to get it done? No. Would Nembhard be enough? Now, they value Nembhard more than OG, which I also value Nembhard more than OG. The concept is interesting. Nembhard averaged 16.2 and 7 assists. He would obviously play the 2. Bridges would play the 3. OG would start at the 3 for them, and they'd still have Naismith. And they still have Jarris Walker to back up Pascal. We would be getting $8 million in salary off the books. Audio in the car. What's the update? So Giannis Antetokounmpo is now a member of the Charlotte Hornets. That is the big one that's happened. We are also exploring trading OG to the Pacers in a package that could include Andrew Nembhard and Obi Toppin. I'm debating if I just want to send it. I don't know if they'll accept this because they're valuing Nembhard above OG. So if we have to add in multiple picks, we probably don't end up doing it. But OG is the higher rated player, so they may accept it. And if I had to add in a player, I could give them Alvarado as well, but they still have uh, obviously Halliburton, McConnell. So I don't know if I want to do that. I could give him Dadier, player with some potential. Crazy unexpected move, but I guess they have a lot of young players. The fact that they can just kind of have Jarris Walker replace um, Obi, I think, makes it possible that they could do this trade. Now in real life, probably not. I'm willing to part with Dadier as well. It would be OG and Dadier for Obi and Nembhard. Oh, now it's an invalid trade. I can't, okay. All right, I can't give him Dadier. It's too much money, even though it's only $2 million. I'm gonna offer this straight up OG for Obi and Nembhard. They want 2 first-round picks, but they'll give us Cam Jones. I don't want Cam Jones really. I'll give you a first-round pick. What's the least valuable of these picks? They're all valued at 1 star. I'll give you the 2030 Dallas swap pick. Oh boy, oh buddy. They want 3 first-round picks now, but they'll add in Aaron Nesmith. We're taking on $3 million in salary if we do this. It's 3 first-round picks. I can't do that. I like Nesmith obviously, but what if I give you the 2028 first and then our own second? So OG, a future first, and a second for Nembhard and Obi. OG Anunoby is now a Pacer. Andrew Nembhard and Obi Toppin are now New York Knicks. It has been done. Obi Toppin is back in town after 3 solid years with the Pacers, 10 points a game. He'll be competing for minutes with Diawara and Josh Hart. And we acquire Andrew Nembhard. He will likely start at the 2 over McBride, who will keep his role as the backup 2. And we still have Dadier, but I'm thinking of moving Bryce James to the 3 as well, so we might still trade Dadier and Alvarado to free up a little bit of cap space as well. Surprising, that was not the trade I had in mind, really. I will say in my test, I did trade for Nembhard. So we'll see how it goes this time. I do think Dadier could have some trade value. Bridges, we're moving to the 3. Bryce, we're moving to the 3. I think we trade Alvarado now because he's going to regress a little bit. He's got a year on his deal. We can go to Kolek. We could sign a veteran as well. Bryce is a higher overall than Dadier. He goes up to 71 as a small forward. Getting Obi back is fun, and I think he's going to be a good option. Back at your desk. All right, welcome back. You can see the moves. Andrew Nimhard has become a Nick. Disgusting. There's Bryce. Bridges to the 3. Obi Toppin is back. And if we check on the Pacers here, Jarris Walker will back up Pascal. OG now at the 3. They still have Aaron Naismith. And Naismith might even slide down and start at the 2, depending on what they do in free agency. Obviously, they are now without a starter at the 2, I would say. And they have Furphy at a 74 who's going to possibly progress, although the injury is unfortunate. You know what I want to do? Some of these injuries I want to... That must have happened late in the season. That's actually a bummer. Like Halliburton, 6 to 8 months. I'll wait. The big one, though, MULLET Giannis is a Hornet. Going back to the Bucks was Miles Bridges, Tajon Salon, and 4 first-round picks. So far, only trades. We have not gotten into free agency yet. Still. So for us, we still need Mitchell Robinson. Diawara is restricted. I want to trade Dadier, and I want to trade Alvarado. So the Hornets are instant. I thought it would be smart for them to go all in. Because you've got LaMelo, you've got Kneppel, who's already an 87, you've got Brandon Miller. You're keeping both of your centers. You've got a lot of young pieces that are going to progress, including Owe. I thought it was the best fit, rather than be like, well, he could play with Curry for a year. And they can give up 5 first-round picks and Draymond. That didn't make as much sense. I did look at the Suns. The problem with the Suns option, which is what I did in my tests, is that Jalen Green is hurt. Dislocated left patella, so I wasn't able to include him for salary. And the original trade was him, Ryan Dunn, Common Maluach, and then 3 firsts. That was the trade I did in my tests. But I wasn't able to trade Green right now. So the Hornets capitalize. And I think it's finally time to get into free... Oh, actually, it's not. We still need to trade Alvarado and Dadier. Man, Justin Edwards in a first would be cool, but I don't want to give up the future first. The Bucks are still trying to trade AJ Green. Jalen Smith, Sam Merrill in a first. He's going to regress slightly. A good 3-point shooter. To have off the bench with a first-round pick, that's a very intriguing option. We could do the Lakers route and get Dalton Connect and Bronny. Although neither really is going to be in the rotation if we do that. McConnell in a first. I don't want to rob the Pacers anymore of any of their players. Luke Cornett, we don't really need another center. No. I think Sam Merrill in a first makes the most sense here. Let's do it. Another trade done. We now need a backup point guard. We do not need a backup shooting guard, though. Not bad. 30-year-old Sam Merrill on a 3-year deal isn't the best, but he does have an A+ 3 ball. So if we need him out there, we know he can knock down a 3. We need a backup 3. We need DOR back, and we need to go after Mitchell Robinson. So Mitchell, a backup 3, and a backup point should be our priorities here. We do not have cap space. That's not the end of the world. LeBron likely going to re-sign with the Lakers, although the Nets are wanting him to teach all their young guys how to play basketball, so that could happen. Surely the Pistons are going to match any offer for Jalen Duren, you would think. Trae Young, unrestricted. The Wizards do have the lead on him. Okay. Austin Reeves could be a big one. The Bulls and the Pistons. Could the Pistons get Reeves and then also sign Jalen Duren back? I guess they could. Wow. That could be a massive move for the Pistons coming off a finals win. We don't have to worry about such things for us, though. We need Mitchell Robinson back. Thankfully, he's cheap. We can give him a 5-year deal. He may not be our backup center for 5 years, but we can give him the deal. And then the other things I wanted were a capable small forward and a backup caliber point guard. Now, the small forwards we have already. Bridges is more of a guy that can play the 2, as is Bryce James. So I'd kind of like a 3 that can play power forward. I see Kuminga. He's going to be just a little more expensive than we can pay. Rui Hachimura is a little more than we could probably pay. Jaime Jaquez would be fun. Just won 6th man of the year, and he's unrestricted. If we could actually afford him, I don't think we can, is the problem. Small forwards, I mean, Aaron Wiggins is very cheap. I don't know if I'd want him playing the 4. Dean Wade is already a 3. That's seems odd. We can look at 2s as well, I guess. Dort. I will tell you, at one point, Dort was on my team in the test. Dosunmu is very cheap, but again, I wouldn't want him playing the 4. Tari Eason is a 2. That's interesting. The guy I said shouldn't be starting is a free agent. I don't love the options I'm seeing. Maybe Chris Middleton. If we could afford Jaquez, I would say Jaquez. I don't know if we can, but I'll try. And then a cheap backup point guard. What did that feel like? It felt bad. It felt like I had to think like I'm not the Pacers right now. 5 years from now, the Knicks could sign Dort for cheap, and it would make sense. I had to really rationalize it in my head. We could sign everyone's favorite player, Ben Simmons, for cheap. And I know he's going to average 5, 5, and 5. There's also, remember what I said. It's hard to deal with Cade Cunningham at the point guard position when your point guard is 6'2". It's easier when he's 6'10". He is very cheap, and we need cheap right now. We can also trade for Bronny. That's the other option. Bronny isn't stopping Cade Cunningham. I think there's a world where Ben Simmons could actually play for us in the playoffs, depending on matchup. We are going to attempt to sign Ben Simmons for a minimum contract. And let's see where these guys go. Ben Simmons is just another Jordan Clarkson. He might end up being. Jordan Clarkson played decently well for us in the playoffs. If he could put up 5, maybe 6, 7 rebounds and 6, 7 assists, you never know. So all 3 have agreed. Are we actually going to be able to sign Jaquez? Is the big one. We can. LeBron has a deal in place to go back to the Lakers for a year for $60 million. Harden has a 3-year deal to stay with the Cavs. Duren has a deal to stay with the Pistons. Trae Young has a massive 5-year deal to stay with the Wizards. Austin Reeves has chosen the Bulls. Another guard for the Bulls. Yay. Porzingis will stay with the Warriors. D'Anthony Melton to the Jazz. Okay. And that's about it for day 1. Interesting. Do we need anything else? We're getting Mitchell Robinson back. We'll get Diawara back. We're getting Jaquez and Ben Simmons. So no. We don't need to do anything else. Just get these guys actually signed. And it is official. Ben Simmons is a Knick. And these signings are all official now. Norman Powell goes to the Pistons. They wanted Austin Reeves. They weren't able to get him. They do get all-star Norman Powell on a 4-year deal. Kessler resigns. CJ McCollum to the Suns. Hartenstein resigns. Nurkic to the... What is this? The Warriors. Kobe White resigns. John Collins. There's always been something about John Collins. Shout out Faf. Anthony Simons to the Pacers. I don't mind that. He'll replace Nembhard. Now, he's not the defensive player that Nembhard is, with a C perimeter defense. But for $7 million per, that's not bad. Tobias Harris to the Suns. Kuminga to the Blazers. For only $12 million per, that's an interesting deal. Dean Wade to the Sixers. We get Hawkes. We get Simmons. I kind of like the moves. Now, can we sign Diawara to a long-term deal now? And is that wise to do now? He's restricted. He is pretty cheap. We can't offer anything more than the minimum right now, though. So the most we could do is probably 2 years, and I think it'd be better just to get him back on the 1-year restricted option. So let's just make sure nobody tries to sign him to a long-term deal. As someone actually signed DeAndre Ayton. Who did it? Who did it? The Cavs. No. Well, we don't have to worry about the Cavs anymore. They might as well sell the team. Not sell the team, but sell off players from the team. As Jay Huff currently is the top free agent. Has a deal in place to go back with the Pacers, or he could go to the Pelicans. We are deep in the offseason right now. All right, we get Diawara back. So we'll look at the team here in a second. All right. The new centers are the same centers we've had. Karl-Anthony Towns, Mitchell Robinson, Luigi Swigo joins, our second-round pick, one of our second-round picks. Power forwards, Josh Hart stays. We reacquire Obi Toppin, and we keep Diawara for a year. Small forward, Mikal Bridges moves up to replace OG Anunoby. We bring in Jaime Jaquez on a fairly cheap deal. Now, he is 25, and it's a 4-year deal, so he's not the best all-around player. I mean, he's an 82. He's a good all-around player. Only I see that C+ 3-point rating, which isn't spectacular. But he just won 6th Man of the Year, and that's the role we're going to ask him to play. And we have Bryce James that we can develop, maybe. Andrew Nembhard will play the 2, so we get him in the trade with OG and Obi Toppin. I don't know about wearing number 7. I don't know about that, Andrew. How about 4? That looks better. Miles McBride sticking around. We get Sam Merrill as a 3-point threat. And the point guards, Jalen Brunson. Ben Simmons is here. He'll surely save the franchise. Trust the process. And then Tyler Kolek will maybe just still be the backup point guard over Ben Simmons most nights. We'll see. We are going to have regression right now. So let's see what happens. Karl-Anthony Towns' IQ actually goes up despite going down 1 overall in general. Okay. Josh Hart also went down 1, but doesn't look like any of his key attributes changed. Diawara goes up his inside scoring and his 3-point and his rebounding. You like to see that, although he still only has C+ potential. Mikal Bridges, his stats don't really change, but he's up 1. Jaime Jaquez up 4. Now, part of that is changing positions, but his inside scoring went up, his post defense went up, his perimeter defense went up, his playmaking, his rebounding, his athleticism, and his IQ. And he's got A+ potential. I think this is a slam dunk of a signing. And then Bryce, it says he goes up 3. He was a 60. Oh, yeah, he was a 68 when we drafted him. That's only because we changed his position. So Simmons getting the same playing time he got his entire career, but this time it's your choice and not his. He might get some minutes. He might get the Tyler Kolek year 1 6-minute spurt, at least. Andrew Nimhard's here. His perimeter defense is up to an A+. That's huge for us. McBride's up 2, although his stats don't seem to have, at least the letter grades didn't move. And then Sam Merrill did not regress, so that's nice. Point guard spot, Jalen Brunson stays the same. Ben Simmons actually up 1. Insane. And then Kolek's up 2. His inside scoring, post defense, and perimeter defense, and IQ all going up. Now, I don't know what he's going to do in the post, defense, or offense, but we'll take it. I got to change my music real fast. Pause. Hold the line. I've taken like 18 pauses and breaks already during this stream. It's not that big of a deal. I can't put my music on repeat. My Spotify's being weird. Anyway, that is the team that will be for year 2. Now, we could also sign some two-way guys, but they're just not going to play, so I don't know. Summer League, I think we'll sim through. Yeah, we got Josh Okogie on the squad. All right. Zach House, 55. Jaden Springer. And the FIBA friendlies, we'll sim through that as well. See who actually wins. Oh, we can't. Okay. They want to put the All-Star game in Brooklyn. All right. Why not? And for the draft class, we'll be importing the 2027 class from Jota. Look at those downloads. We'll sim through that. Bruce Branch from BYU. They're using the Debansa money to get Bruce Branch, huh? 26 points, 25 for Holtz, 23 for a pair. Xavier Booker still exists. Good for him. Another SAR is on the way. Name. Oh, yeah, he's at Duke. He's in this draft class. Okay. Another Bull is on the way, and another Ariza, even. Interesting. 2K does have my team. Yeah. You can play with WNBA players on the same team. So now LeBron is eligible for the farewell tour. Sure. I did have the idea to trade someone to the Lakers or to wherever LeBron signed. Unfortunate. Now they did already get John Collins. Marcus Smart's a small forward. Oh boy, they could really use a small forward, huh? And they signed Dort. The Thunder let Dort walk, and they signed Doug Robinson. They do have Luka, right? Yeah. They do not have Bronny. Is Bronny a free agent? Can we sign Bronny to a two-way contract? Is that Lonzo? 74? Yeah. He's got to be about a 70, doesn't he? Well, he's not a 55. Did someone actually sign Bronny? I guess I should have done Player Finder. Did he retire? Is he out of the league, or did he sign somewhere? Bronny was a 73. Let's go Player Finder and just put James. Bronny, he's already on a two-way deal with the Timberwolves. Okay. Well, maybe down the line we'll be able to pair him up. He's got 4 badges now. He's a decent defender. He's a good athlete. Bryce already's a better shooter. Interesting. We could go after Sion James. So to revisit my pre notes for this, the players that I had written down to possibly pair with LeBron, I don't know if we could actually get any of them to the Lakers. So Giannis is a no because he already got traded. Kawhi Leonard is making $50 million still. I don't think it would make sense for them to trade him, and I don't know if the Lakers could really match. They got a lot of low-level contract guys around, obviously Luka and LeBron. Um, Devin Booker, it doesn't really make sense, and he's making 60 million. Kevin Durant, well, he's making probably 60 million too, and only 43 only. It doesn't really make sense for them to trade him. Bam, I considered the Heat as a Giannis team. Now he's making 50 million. Joel Embiid, he's making probably 60 million. Yeah, only. Yeah, he's making 60 million. Derek White. Now Derek White didn't play particularly well in the playoffs. He's making still 32-ish. So probably not him either. And then the last two were going to be Draymond and Clay. Clay retired. So could the Warriors strike a deal to send Draymond to the Lakers? And why would they do that exactly? He is still on the squad. He's making $28 million. John, what's up? What am I talking about? We are doing some Knicks My League. So we're looking at potential trades around the league before we get started with year 2. What's going on? Would the Lakers actually want to trade for Draymond is a good question. Probably not. They signed John Collins already. Not like Jared Vanderbilt would prevent me. You know what? If they could trade Vanderbilt, I mean, the starting center options aren't amazing here either. Draymond would want to. Yeah, he always wants to play with LeBron, it seems. He'd love it if LeBron could just sign to the Warriors, but I hate to say it, but it would kind of make sense. If they could put Draymond at center on this team, because, like, yeah, they could develop Sanak, but right now you're asking Tristan Vukcevic to be your starting center and play upwards of 30 minutes a night. Can we work out a Draymond deal to the Lakers? Let's see. You got to do way too much in order to make a trade. That's okay. All right. Warriors. Jimmy Butler's still hurt. I am going to have to edit some injuries. But Draymond's making $28 million. Vanderbilt at 12 and Laravia at 6 would be 18. Is that enough? Oh, Vanderbilt alone would be enough. Now, Vanderbilt at this point does some things better than Draymond, I would say. But I think, especially for LeBron, I think I would rather have Draymond. I don't suppose this would go through just straight up. The Lakers don't have many picks to work with. I wouldn't want to give up Connect. They got Duncan Robinson as well. Maybe they give up Therio, just a young piece. I don't know if he's a young piece. He's a young option. Like Vanderbilt and Therio for Draymond at this point, and a second. I feel like this is fair. How we thinking about this? How we feel? Vanderbilt's still got 2 years on his deal. Therio's a young player. Was a second round pick last year. Didn't hardly play. And then a future second to get 75 overall. Draymond, who is the second best player in this trade according to overall, but probably fair. The Warriors, they get out of his deal. It would never happen. Warriors may not have Steve Kerr next year. I don't know. They might be looking to, make some big changes. I think it's fairly fair. We'll send it through. Draymond Green, now a Laker. Why not? There he is, number 45, Draymond Green. We're gonna make him a center, and he may even get passed over Sinak, which is why I didn't want them to have to trade a first round pick. Kerr's gonna go coach UNC. Oh gosh, Steve Kerr and Bill Belichick. Yeah, that's a heck of a combination. Not that it matters, but I know he can't be 23, obviously. But what's a number that looks decent? Is Marcus Smart not 26? Oh, he's 36. 28? Zero? Two? Maybe two. How about two? Not that it matters. I think that's a good move because he can play the power forward spot as well with LeBron if LeBron slides to the three. And LeBron probably should slide to the three often. So that 6'3 Marcus Smart isn't playing the three primarily. And you've got Dort. It's a funky team, dude. They're trying to build around Luka. I don't know, man. Maybe that was bad. Maybe that was a bad idea. Draymond with 9? We go 9. Two reminds me of Alonzo. Take Bronny's number. Austin Reeves went to the Bulls. He had a deal to go to the Pistons, but they chose to match Jalen Duren, obviously. So they've got Giddey. Trey Jones is still here. Dillingham to develop. Reeves, Jaden Ivey. Dash Daniels is a 74. Maybe we should have drafted him over Bryce. Cohen Carr and Solo Ball. And Malik Thomas. Lots of young two guards. They really need a 3. They did get Isaiah Evans. Patrick Williams probably should move to the 3. Or Essengay. One of those guys. I think I'll move Essengay for them down to the 3. Surprisingly, this is a Knicks My League. We finished year 1, and I've been kind of tinkering with other teams. Let's take a look at our team. Let's get a reset here. We added Luigi Swigo in the second round, developmental center, with a B3 ball. Acquired Obi Toppin back from the Pacers. Traded OG for Obi and Andrew Nimhard, along with we gave them a first. Got Jaquez from the Heat after winning 6-man. Price James. Blame Mullet for that one. He's a 71. He's developable. It could happen. Sam Merrill's now here. Yay. And even Ben Simmons. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta make the Lakers better by giving them 36-year-old Draymond Green. The Pacers went out and they replaced Nimhard with Simons. Now, I was going to mess with injuries. Like, Halliburton shouldn't be missing another 4 to 6 months, I feel. I feel like that's excessive. Maybe a month at most if he's not ready to start the season, you know? 4 to 6 weeks. I feel like that's more realistic. Any other injuries I need to edit before we finally get going to year 2? It's going to be much faster from here on out. Jaren Jackson, sore right knee, 4 to 6 months for a sore knee? Utah already tanking? We haven't even played a game. It's ridiculous. I know it's not actually happening, but a sore right knee, 130 days. I am not a Knicks fan, though. I am a Pacers fan, surprisingly, even though I traded Nembhard and Obi. It was kind of between the two. OG's making more money, and Bridges outscored him in the playoffs. It was kind of a close decision, but let's see if we can find the trade here. It was OG and a first for Obi and Nembhard. Yeah, future firsts. We also shipped out Giannis to the Hornets. Let's see, this was a draft day trade. We traded our first for a future first. It was going to be, what, 27th? So we're finally getting to year 2. And I think the roster is pretty much set other than, is there anybody that we want on a 2-way deal? I don't think it really matters because they're not going to play, but where the heck is free agents? There we go. Oh, and extensions. And what year is this now? 27, or no, 26, 27. I think we'll do expansion in 2 years. I'll try to add the Sonics if it even works, if it lets me. And maybe a Las Vegas team if I can find one. Again, where is it? The expansion just I just have to show it. Where are the teams? There's no teams. There just are none. There's 5. We could be the Alaskan Blizzard or Yukon. we could add Yukon to the NBA. So the options are going to be limited simply because this year's file share is bad. But anyway. Okay. Nope. Wrong thing. Should we go after Wimby? Like they're not going to match. Who do we want to extend? We can't extend Towns right now because he's got an option, I guess. Hart, Kolick, and McBride. Now, before we do that, Hart, Kolick, and McBride. Hart still has a team option. I kind of want to decline that option and then sign him, so I'm not going to extend Hart. We should extend McBride. We could extend Kolick too, I think. It's not too expensive, obviously. Eh. That's about right. Kolick's on a 4-year deal. And McBride isn't that much more expensive. So he's going to be on a 4-year deal. There you go. Not bad for our depth. Johnny Davis is hanging around in the league. Ryan Dunn was a free agent. Well, that's not smart. Of the Suns. Didn't see him. Didn't have the cap space to sign him anyway. So let's get a reset of our roster. I think we're going to keep the same settings here, mainly, other than let's go to a 10-man rotation. Should we maybe defensively try to get more rebounds? I think we crashed the glass on defense. All right, this will be our starting 5. Nembhard replaces OG. Bridges, I'm going to need you to not have terrible three-point shooting games, but hopefully he can keep his scoring up. Mitchell Robinson, the backup center. Obi's the backup 4. Haka's the 3. McBride, the 2. And then we've got a decision between Kolek. I think Kolek's earned it, and Ben Simmons. There could be some games where we want to play Ben Simmons, especially in the playoffs, where, like I said, we don't want Brunson matching up with Cade Cunningham for 40 minutes a game. But I'm going to let Kolek be the backup for now, to start the year at least. And then unfortunately, DOR is just not going to get minutes right now. Neither of our rookies are going to get minutes. And Merrill isn't really going to play either right now. Kolek's going to play like a quarter because we need Brunson playing a lot of minutes. McBride, he played 27 minutes a game last year. 20 seems like enough. Haka's played 28. That seems like too many. Maybe like 20 for him as well. Toppin played 22 for 10 points a game. Probably 20 at most for him. Probably less even for Obi. Because Mitchell Robinson needs to play. Does he need to play that many minutes? I really like him as a rebounder. But again, that's kind of it. I mean, he's a solid defender as well. I'm looking at 14 minutes thinking that's kind of enough. We only got 5 minutes to work with for the starters right now. Maybe 34 for Brunson. Cat likes to get in foul trouble and not play more than 30 minutes a game, so we'll set him at 30. And then if we can get all these guys to 30. I think that's all pretty good as well. All right, we're going to send it into year 2. Here we go. Matching up with the Wizards. Anthony Davis healthy. Let's sim to about December and see where we're at. A couple wins to start the year, a couple losses, a couple more wins. This is a random trade. No. We're on a little bit of a streak. Was that 5 in a row before we lost to the Heat? 140 against the Sixers, 146 against the Magic. Rematch with the Pistons. Hachimura, no. We do lose to the Pistons. The Pacers are still trying to give away TJ McConnell for a rookie in a second. No. So we are 14-6 after a 3-game losing streak to some Eastern Conference opponents. Maxey. I tried to acquire Maxey in. It wasn't the test for this series. It was a Knicks rebuild I was doing. Or Knicks. Kings, sorry. No injuries so far through 20 games is kind of shocking. Bridges' scoring is up. I like that. Oh, and he's shooting the ball incredibly well. Okay. Towns is down a bit. That's fine. He's playing well. And Brunson's down just slightly. He's trolling. We're doing okay. It's going all right. Nimhard isn't scoring great. 39% from 3, though. Mitchell Robinson's doing his thing. Only 6 rebounds. He is playing less minutes. The rest of the bench isn't really playing. Could Diawara be a trade piece, maybe? Because if I'm not going to play him, I don't know. Towns is nearly averaging 20 and 10. McBride, he's playing 20 minutes a game. He's averaging 10. I mean, I could take minutes off Nimhard, I guess, because he's averaging less points a game. But is he a much better defender at this point? He's got more. McBride actually has more length. He's a better athlete. Maybe we do. You know what? I'll give McBride a few more minutes for you from Nimhard. We'll give him like 26 and give him to McBride. I don't mind that. We're not getting Merrill anytime. There's just nobody I really want to take minutes off. Instant 20-game win streak. You never know. Let's go through December. No. Okay, we put up 150 on the Pacers. Hawks are going to be tough. Cade's going to win the Cup MVP, so the Pistons are obviously still playing well, coming off a championship. The Jazz want to give a first-round pick for Quentin Grimes. I'm sorry, the Blazers want to trade for him. No. Maybe a year and a half ago. This is kind of... It's a big one, but it's unnecessary. DeJounte for Quickly. No. No. That was a pretty good month. We lost to the Wizards there. I think we split with them. We did put up 145 on the Celtics. Brunson had 47. McBride 12, Nimhard 9. I don't need them to be the scoring options if Brunson's going to put up 47. Kulik stinks. He's developing a bit though. It's him or Ben Simmons right now. I don't want his D plus 3-point rating out there too much. I do like Diawara, right? I like him, but we got Obi. He played pretty well. He did drop off in the playoffs, so there's a world where he gets back in the rotation. I just don't think it's going to happen this year. We are second in the East, and we are right behind Detroit. Yep, actually tied with Toronto. Don't see the Pacers. Yeah, his playing time, he just wasn't playing well in the playoffs. That was part of why I was like, you know what? If we trade OG, if we're getting Obi out of it, I don't have to play Diawara. At some point, I want to get our rookies some playing time, but it's not right now. Guys are tired. I'm tired, you know. It'd be like that sometimes. Let's get through January. Okay, we beat the Pistons. We'll find out eventually. No, by 2. No. Why? What are we doing? What are we? No. No. Random trades. Don't need them. Jalen Smith in a second for Derek White in a second. Bulls, stop acquiring guards, please. You don't need them. And it doesn't make sense for the Celtics to trade him. No. Why is everyone wants Terrence Mann all of a sudden? Still trying to trade Derek White to the Nuggets. Derek White and a first for Cam Johnson and Colby Jones? No. Stop it. Okay, we got our first injury of the season happening at the end of January. He could play through it because he's the man. He's the man. Remember that song? I remember they played it literally 500 times during the NFL draft the year it came out. Well, we could play Bryce, but to go with John's idea, let's get Diawara some minutes, technically at small forward. I'm the man times 500. Now, I don't know about 20 minutes, but maybe like 14. And we're going to give Ben Simmons a 6-minute run. See how that goes. See if he can actually be a player for us in the playoffs. And because he is playing, I do want him to play small forward. Oh, stop. Tried to simulate on me. I do want to move him back to small forward as his secondary spot. Yeah, it's better. Definitely a big lineup, other than other than McBride. He does have 6'9" wingspan though. Still can't get the rookies out there. Still not getting Sam Merrill out there. That's okay. Let's get through this last game. First round pick and another player for Quentin Grimes. No. We do lose to the Raptors here to end the month. Colin Gillespie leading the way. Ben Simmons did have a big 2, a rebound, and an assist, and a steal. Whoa. Josh Hart fouled out, and this one had 2 points. Not great. Not great. Diawara did have 12. Now, his first game with us this year, he barely played. So 12 in his first meaningful game is nice. Brunson only 17. I say only because I just expect him to put up 30. Let's sim through the All-Star break. We should get Jaquez back here soon. It's also the trade deadline. I don't think I'm going to make a trade. Is there a trade around the league I should make, though? We could explore something. Is there somebody that's just so bad right now that they should sell? Perhaps Jaw. Memphis drafted 2 point guards with their first 2 picks. And they still have Ty Jerome. And they still have Javon Small. Now, where could we send Jaw? Who needs a point guard and who has the money to absorb that? Maybe the Bucks. Now, they've been trying to trade AJ Green this whole time, and he's currently hurt. But Kuzma, Miles Bridges could be moved. How's Salon doing? He's looking pretty good. 13.5 points, 9 rebounds. Shooting the ball pretty well. Is Giannis? No. Was it a terrible trade to get him and Bridges and 4 firsts? I don't think so. Now, would Memphis really want to acquire Kuzma for Ja Morant? And Kevin Porter is averaging 20, by the way. I don't know if the Bucks would want Ja. Giddey's out for 2 to 4 weeks only. Maybe the Celtics? Derek White's only averaging 12. If the Celtics could get him without giving up, obviously, Tatum or Brown, I don't know if they can. But Derek White's making over $30 million. Let's see if we can make it happen. Let's see, Celtics and Grizzlies. Another massive trade incoming, potentially. $42 million. Derek White's making 30. We need to add to it. Malachi Branham, 5.6 mil. He's actually averaging 9. Go ahead and send Tatum and Brown for Ja. Yeah, totally. Is Hugo Gonzalez playing? He's actually is playing a fair bit. What does Memphis need back? Maybe a 4? Probably not a guard. Derek White's just going to have to move to the 2, and Coward will move to the 3. And then Fontecchio won't play. That solves that problem. If they get a 4, even though Brandon Clark probably should be a 4, he's only 6'8", 215. What else can I give them is the problem. I say like I'm making the trade. Maybe Garza, because that would free up accountants. or Gui. He actually signed a deal to stay with the Warriors, so I guess they didn't have that in the game. He's making 5.6. They've got other guys that can play the spot. Jordan Walsh is barely. Now he's playing 20 minutes a game. Is this enough? We'd have to trade back another player. We can give you maybe Kostic, who was an early second-round pick. Oh, man, 400,000. We're only off by $400,000. Okay, instead of Gui, who's making 5.6, if I offer you Branham, that's still 350K off. We're running out of players to potentially trade. Hauser, I guess. Pritchard doesn't make sense. Now, what else would the Celtics have to give up here? Because personally, I would probably take Hauser over all the players in this trade if I was starting a team from scratch right now. I mean, Ja clearly is the most talented, and he's 88 overall. So I say that jokingly, but I think you got to give up at least one first. And he's averaging 27.5 points. It's a career high. Probably at least two firsts, even though the 3-point shooting isn't there. Derek White's a good player. He's averaging 12. So remove his guns from the trade package and it evens out. That's tough. Yeah, I don't know if Boston would really do this trade, but I think it makes sense for Boston to try to. They made the minor deals that they did in real life last offseason when they traded Holiday, they traded Porzingis away. I feel like to try and set themselves up to do something like this. So, and these picks aren't going to be very valuable either. We're not going to need. I say we. The Celtics aren't going to need their pick next year. They're really not going to need this pick either from the Spurs. Derek White, Sam Hauser, 2 firsts. Is that enough? We'll give him the second as well. Why not? That's fair. I think we're in the realm of fairness. What do you think, Mullet? Derek White, Sam Hauser, 2 firsts and a second for Ja, and a second rounder here, Kostic, who hasn't played a game. It's a lot. It's a risk for Ja, I feel like, in real life, but all right, we're sending it. I hit no. There we go. Ja Morant is a Boston Celtic. They still have Pritchard. They keep the majority of their roster together, except for Hauser. Losing Hauser is kind of tough. I would say one of these guys should probably move down. Probably Santos. His overall actually jumps up. He can be their starting 3 now. And then for Memphis, it's wonky. I would say it's a wonky fit having Derek White join the team, but it already was wonky because you've got all these point guards. Hauser's going to take some minutes, obviously. Is there a 4 around the league that Memphis could trade for? Maybe like trade Ty Jerome, who's in a contract year. I promise I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the Grizzlies, but like Grant Williams, maybe. He's averaging 6 and 3 on bad shooting for probably a good Hornets team. Are they good? They're 5th. So it would make sense for the Hornets to try to improve a little bit more. I'm going to have to switch from the Celtics to the Hornets. Trade Jerome to the Hornets for Grant Williams, straight up, basically. Maybe add in a. We got a lot of picks here for the Hornets, even with giving up all those firsts for Giannis. We'll give you maybe 2 seconds to get this done. Madden, did you see that menu navigation? Smooth and quick, isn't it? That would be nice. To have 2K's menu nav and simulation ability in Madden, I would probably be doing a Falcons rebuild right now for you. We're going to send this trade through. I think that's fair. And I think that's probably all for now. There's not another star player I think that should get traded at the moment. Sixers should probably be trying to trade off Embiid. Are the Lakers any good? Let's actually check out the standings. The Lakers are not good. Oh, the Lakers are bad. Oh, the Lakers are really bad. Oh. Okay. LeBron James. You are an Indiana Pacer. No, he's not. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Is he a Cav? Could he be a Cav? Could they afford? You don't want to give up too much for a 1-year deal. I don't think they can afford him. Unless they trade Mitchell or Harden. That doesn't make sense. Unfarewell tour. I think it makes sense to trade him. It's going to be hard to come up with an idea of where. Luka's hurt right now, day to day. So Draymond's hurt as well, day to day. Did I say torn left hamstring? He's day to day. He's averaging 4.5, 5 boards, 5 assists, a steal and a block. Didn't really pan out. Hey, they got Trey Kaufman-Rin. I didn't see him in the draft class. Good for them. Duncan Robinson's hurt, so they've kind of been banged up, which is a big reason why they're so bad. But Luka's taking a step back. If I can find a spot to send LeBron, I'll do it. Mavs? The Knicks. I don't know about us. That would be a lot to give up for a rental as well. Do I want to do anything with the Grizzlies here? I think they're set up better, actually. And then who else was I? The Hornets. Hornets get Jerome, who should probably be a backup point guard, but they'll figure it out. They'll play those two as backups. So let's get out of Grizzlies and Hornets. And just as a quick recap, we traded Ja Morant for Derek White, Sam Hauser, and some picks. And a follow-up trade sent Ty Jerome to the Hornets for Grant Williams in a couple of seconds. Where could LeBron James go? It would have to be a contender. It's not going to be us. We would have to trade. It would have to be for Bridges, which John might like that. John did not like Mikal Bridges. But it would have to be more than that. It would probably have to be also Nembhard. I don't foresee that being worth it. If it helps us win the championship this year, it'd be nice, but I don't think so. I see Dallas. I'm looking at Dallas as an option. They've got PJ Washington making $22 million. They signed Sohan for over $7 million. He's hurt though. Today's the trade deadline, so Najee Marshall's like $7.5 million. They don't have anybody on a big enough deal, and Kyrie's hurt right now. But I wouldn't trade Kyrie. It's certainly an idea. Are the Mavs good? The Mavs are the 9 seed at least. They're in the hunt. They've got 8 more wins than the Lakers. What about the Warriors? Because they traded Draymond. It would be funny to trade Draymond to the Lakers and then trade for LeBron later in the year. They have Jimmy, who's healthy. Is he just back? Yeah, he's just back. Scored 30 in his first game. I don't know if they'd really want to do that kind of a move. I like the idea of Dallas. Even though they're not having an amazing season, they are better than the Lakers. So let's try to make another trade happen between the Mavs and the Lakers. Everyone's favorite teams to make a trade for. LeBron James and Luka Doncic. No. LeBron. How crazy would this be, dude? Now, again, we're going to have a hard time. It's probably going to have to include Daniel Gafford because he's making 17 mil. And then it's probably going to have to include PJ Washington. That would work. That would work. Now, in terms of other compensation, I think you have to give him at least a pick. Even if he's going to retire. Which is funny because they also gave only one pick for Anthony Davis with Luka Doncic. I think you do have to give him a first. I think you could get away with it being a future first, though. Like way out in the future. What a crazy idea this is. For the Lakers, they could move Draymond back to the 4. And who else are they getting? PJ. He could play the 3. Marcus Smart could move to the 2. Kobe Buffkin could move to point. What do you think, Mullet? Is this one fair? LeBron for the second half of the season till he retires. For Gafford, PJ in the first 4 years from now. Or 5, whatever it is. He's still an 89 overall player. This could help Dallas actually get into the playoffs, not just the play-in, and could be competitive in the playoffs. They're going to have Cooper, Kyrie. LeBron will probably play the... he'll have to play the 4, because Cooper will be the 3, I think. Waiting for co-commissioner approval. It's a big one. I like how I said this season was going to go way faster. Jeez, I just saw that meme. Trailer for live action Moana. Oh man. I don't really understand that one. I know they like making the live action remakes, but I don't. I feel like make live action remakes of your movies from 50 years ago, not 8 years ago. I don't know. Jake Bobo, breaking NFL news. Per mullet, according to my sources, Seahawks have matched the offer sheet. Huge move. Something else I got to look at real fast. All right. That's all. Mullet, you still here? What do you think? What are we thinking about this LeBron trade? I'm going to do it in 2 minutes. If not, if you don't think otherwise. I forgot how to speak English there for a second. I think we've lost John at this point. He's like, please just sim the Knicks, please. I agree. We're gonna get there. We got a lot of years ahead of us, so I wanna get through these first couple well and set it off for a meaningful rebuild down the line. But I want to make league-wide moves as well, not just with the Knicks. I think it's been 2 minutes. We're trading LeBron to the Dallas Mavericks. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. Can I just give them a player? We'll just give you Mannon. All right, LeBron and Chris Mannon for Gafford, PJ, and a first. Done deal. LeBron James following in Anthony. It didn't work. It didn't go through. LeBron declines to waive his no trade clause. Oh. All right, LeBron, you finish out with the Lakers then. Have fun. Have a good time, LeBron. Win 30 games. Good luck to you. All that for that. Sometimes trades fall through, I guess. Are we going to get Hawkes back one of these days? We're approaching the All-Star break. We'll just let Hawkes miss the Bulls game. That's fine. Did we have any All-Stars? Do we have any Rising Stars? I don't think we have any young players, really. Actually, now that I think about it. The All-Star game, 116 to 105. Would they make the quarter length like 8 minutes? Anthony Edwards did score 31 for the West. And did we have any All-Stars? Brunson did have 14. Towns had 12. Those two. Okay. Not bad. So, I feel bad for wasting so much time with the LeBron trade for him to just not allow it. I could have taken away his no trade clause, but whatever. We're still missing. Oh, no. He's healthy. So, how'd Ben Simmons play? Not well. All right. That was your chance, man. Didn't pan out. Diawara's scoring and shooting went straight down into the trash can after his one good game. Unfortunately, he actually had a couple more double-digit games, but I'm going to be honest, he's taken far too many shots. So there goes his minutes again. McBride is still under 10 points a game. I think we go back down to 20 on him. Hawkes should be about the same amount of minutes. Obi probably should lose a couple. We'll give those to Hawkes. And Mitchell Robinson probably needs to be playing more. We just don't have the minutes to go around. I guess we could take 2 off Hart. Is that about right? Oh, I got 6 minutes for Simmons to take. Kolek at 12. He's averaging 9, 2.5 assists. Good shooting splits. I kind of want to give him 2 more. We'll give Hart his 2 minutes back. And Bridges up to 32. All right. Let's go basically to the end of the season here. If there's any injuries, we can see what to do. Hawkes again. We'll have him play through it. And he's back. Or he's fine. Whatever. Contract extension deadline? No. We do need to re-sign Josh Hart at the end of the year, but that's after we decline his option. So we can pay him less. He's going to start regressing. He's over 30. I'd rather not pay him over 20 million when we can pay him like 5 million. We're going to end the season pretty strong hopefully without a major injury. Knock on wood. Yeah. Cade Cunningham's going to win MVP at 35 and 10 a game. Darren Peterson does win Rookie of the Year with the Hawks. Reed Shepherd, 6-man, 18 a game. Wemby, Defensive Player. Zachary Rizichet, Most Improved. Decent numbers. Cade wins Clutch Player. JB Bickerstaff and the Pistons win these staff awards. Okay. Cade, Jokic, Wemby, Giannis with the Hornets. How did he play this year? 29 and 10 with 6 assists. Yeah, I think he fits in pretty well. He shot 35 from 3. Oh, boy. He made 67 threes. And Anthony Edwards on the first team. Second team, Luka, Shea, Halliburton. 26 a game, 10 assists. I think trading Nimhard and Obi was fine. And they got OG, who's not much of a scorer, but a great defensive player. So, third team, Maxey, Murray, Bankero, Bam, and Brown. Defensive teams, Eamon Thompson's hurt, Peterson hurt. Rookie teams, no Debansa. Caleb Wilson, Acuff, and Mullins join Boozer and Peterson. Debansa on the Wizards on the second team, 20 minutes a game. Huh. Mark Sears, who was on a two-way deal, makes it after being undrafted 2 years ago. Interesting. All right, well, once again, the 2 seed behind the Pistons. Actually, we were the 3 seed, I think, last year. In the play-in in the West, Denver and Golden State will battle for the 7th. The loser will play the winner of Portland and Phoenix. Phoenix, he could have had Giannis. Could have happened. In the East, the Celtics fall to 8. Now, is that because of Ja? Did Ja drag them down? He averaged 27.5 and 6 assists this year. Not a very good three-point shooter, in fairness. You still have Brown and Tatum healthy, though. I'm thinking they were higher than that when they got Tatum. Maybe not much higher. Actually, the Pacers, they're playing Halliburton at the 2. Okay, well. Hey, man, starter TJ McConnell. He's averaging 11 and 7. It's not terrible. Now, the 18% from 3 is pretty bad. But you got OG in there. Pascal's off the bench now. What are we doing? Maybe I did ruin them. My bad. They got Robert Williams, Aaron Nesmith off the bench. Oh, Simons is hurt. That's why, I guess. Good boy. The Boom. Here comes the Boom. What a movie that was. Let's go ahead and sim the play-in on that note. The Pacers do get knocked out, but the Cavs get knocked out by the Bulls. So the Celtics will get the 7 seed, the Bulls the 8. And we will play the Celtics with Ja Morant. Uh-oh. In the West, the Nuggets with Jokic grab the 7. The Blazers win too. They knock out Phoenix and Golden State in Steph Curry's final season as well. He will not make the playoffs, as of course LeBron does not either. Yikes. Now our big 2 trades we made, our biggest 2 trades obviously were Ja to the Celtics, and they make it as the 7 seed. The other one being Giannis to the Hornets. They make it as the 5 seed. Giannis in game 1 scoring 23. LaMelo had 43 and a triple-double from Giannis. Big game. Of course, we start our series with Boston next. So let's look at the rotate. Actually, let's look at stats. Always got to show stats. Brunson, 26 a game, just slightly down. Numbers across the board, just slightly down. Although his shooting was up. So I like that. Towns ended up going down a bit as well. That's fine. His shooting was up as well. Mikal Bridges slightly up in scoring. His 3-point percentage dipped a tad. He played less minutes a game. The stats overall were kind of down. Rebounds and assists, anyway. Obi Toppin was valuable off the bench at 10 a game. Jaquez was valuable at 9.5. Neither are great 3-point. Well, I mean, Obi at 37% from 3. That's not bad. McBride, 9.5. We did not really have any injuries of note. Jaquez missed 6 games. That was about it. Kolek averages 9. Nimhard averaged only 8.5. I'm going to be honest, is not ideal. It kind of is, though, because he fits next to Brunson and with Bridges and Towns. He just kind of fits. Would I like it if he scored like 13 a game instead of 9? Yeah. Josh Hart still 8.5. It's not terrible. Diora's role obviously got zapped. Mitchell Robinson played fewer minutes. Still effective. Hey, he raised his free throw percentage from 36 to 41. Awesome. Now he used to be, he was at 68% 2 years ago. Man, he's been so bad. He's basically Shaq from the free throw line, as is Ben Simmons. At least he's 50%. Swigo appeared in 10 games. Bryce appeared in 4. Sam Merrill only got in 1 game. Just didn't have injuries this year, which was nice, I guess. Let's check around the league's injuries. See who's going to maybe miss. Isaiah Stewart, Zion. Are the Pelicans in the playoffs? I don't think so. Anthony Simons, unfortunately. Eamon Thompson as well. And Ty Jerome after getting traded to the Hornets. Severe left ankle sprain will cost him the playoffs. Unfortunate. In their first playoff game, he got hurt. That's tough. Now, they only gave up Grant Williams and some seconds to get him, so it wasn't, they're not missing out on a ton other than him. Going into the playoffs, now last year we went as low as an 8-man rotation in some games. I think we're going to enter right now with the 10-man, and I know it's Boston, and Boston's scary, but I don't really know what else to change here other than maybe give Brunson and Towns more minutes. So we'll go into game 1 like this, and we win. We are the home team. They might be scary, but we're the home team. 156 points. Okay. 28 for Brunson, 25 for Towns and Bridges, 22 for Jaquez. Josh Hart, a big 4, but 10 rebounds. 47 for Jaw. Okay, I think the Ja Morant trade was a good idea. 18 of 18 at the line. Where is... Okay, Jaylen Brown had 14 at least, but 5 turnovers. 20 turnovers as a team. We only had... Well, I mean, we had 15, but... Wow. Okay, let's keep it rolling. We win game 2. Win by 17. Brunson, 37. Bridges, 30. Towns at least has a double-double. Hart, a big 3, but 8 boards and 9 assists. He's kind of balling. He's not scoring at all, but he's kind of balling out there. Obi's been solid in 2 games. Morant, much more limited. Tatum, 3 of 12. 2 of 9 from 3. Morant was only 1 of 6 from 3. This is a tough team, but we're getting the best of them so far. 2-1 now. They win at home. Tatum 32, Morant 30. Brown 23, Kata 22 and 11. Morant also 15 assists. Nimhard leads us in scoring this game, 21. Brunson just 20. I think if we want to steal... Oh gosh, we gave him 159 points. If we want to steal a game on the road, I think we need to adjust some minutes here. Kolek is... I can't deny he's been a good scoring option. McBride just doesn't seem to shoot that much. So we're going to take his minutes. Sorry, man. Jaquez needs to be out there. Obi, maybe a few less minutes. What do we do with Mitchell? He's playing 17. Let's give him 20. Bump Towns up to 34. Brunson's going to 38. It needs to be done. We win? No, we don't. They win game 4. It is now 2-2. Brunson had 19. Five fouls. Bridges 6 fouls. Towns 6 fouls. Hawkes 6 fouls. Nimard 6 fouls. And Hart 6 fouls. 5 guys fouled out, and Brunson had 5. We had 39 fouls. They had 22. Well, there's how they got their points. Morant 14 of 15 at the line. Tatum 12 of 13. Brown 7 of 10 on only 2 of 10 from the floor. Oh boy. 85 points total in the fourth quarter. Why are we putting in our bench? Like, why is Bryce James playing in this game? I guess in garbage time. The final minute of the game. What do we do here? Obi just scored 2. And McBride scored 7. We gotta tighten up the rotation still. It's gonna have to be Obi playing less and McBride even less. Kolek take a few minutes. Brunson needs to play the entire game, basically. This is kind of a must-win. Not mathematically, but... And we do win. By 5. Towns 25 and 14. This is when we unleash Towns. This is when Towns actually plays more than 30 minutes a game. And we didn't have everybody foul out this game, except Bridges still fouled out, and Hart still fouled out. Brunson, 24. Tatum, limited at the free throw line at least. Just 8 of 19 from the floor. Did not shoot particularly well between him and Morant. And Garza, 4 of 13. They might win the series if they'd start Queta. Or they are starting Queta. Maybe if Garza didn't shoot 13 times. But keep it up, Garza. I like that. Keep that up. Game 6, we're going to simcast. As some of the series are wrapping up. Boston's off to a good start. We got the lead there for a moment. Trailing by about 10 at half. Got the lead back going into the third. And we were pulling away late fourth. Okay, there you go. Whew. That was a rough series. Josh Hart, no. Okay, he's going to be able to play through it, though. He'll play through it. Pinched nerve in his back. It's going to last through the playoffs, but he will be able to play. The other Eastern Series, Detroit over the Bulls in 5. Charlotte sweeps the Hawks. That's not a huge surprise with Giannis. Hawks could have had Giannis, too. That could have been a thing. Toronto beats Orlando in 6. And then, of course, we knock off Boston. In the West, Minnesota sweeps Portland. Dallas got all the way up to the 4 seed, and they're starting Jeremy Sohan. Whoa. They could have had LeBron. LeBron, you could have been there. If he hadn't waived his... Or if he had waived his no-trade clause, he'd be there. Oh, well. They're going to knock out the Pelicans in 6. Spurs, on their quest to get back to the Western Finals, beat Houston in 5. And then the Thunder, who lost in 7 to the Spurs last year in the Western Finals, get knocked out by Denver in 7. Triple-double from Jokic. Kind of a modest triple-double from Jokic, I feel like. He averages 30, 14, and 11. He had 23, 10, and 10. Shea 31 and 10. Only 6 free throws. I guess the refs just weren't on his side that game. That's too bad. So 2 minor upsets, although I don't really consider Charlotte sweeping Atlanta an upset. Denver over OKC, I guess, although that's the league MVP, Jokic, so. OKC, bunch of has-beens. Could we see a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander trade? It's because they let Lou Dort go. That's why, surely. They did kind of stack a lot of young players, and Caruso's hurt, so So be it. We're on to Toronto, who has some former Knicks. Quickly, and Barrett. Jonathan Magobo starting. Bobby Portis is starting the draft day trade. Murray Boyles off the bench. Grady Dick, Jacoby Walter. I'm not seeing their big man, Jacob Podol, Jakob. Or Scotty Barnes. I didn't even notice Scotty. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened to the Raptors? Podol, 4 to 6 weeks. Scotty, 2 to 4. Well, not going to say underestimate him, but I am going to expand it back to a 10-man roster. Josh Hart with the lingering injury. He's going to play less. Again, I'm not saying underestimate them. I'm just saying we're going to do some things differently here in the playoffs. We're gonna let Sam Merrill get some run. I want to see if he can come in fresh and knock down some threes. Not underestimating them. Just so we're aware. No bulletin board material. Uh-oh. See, this is why you don't want to underestimate them. Brandon Ingram, 32. Quickly, 18. Barrett, 15. Revenge game, so to speak. I didn't even look at our stats. Brunson, 24. Bridges, 18. Towns, 17-5. Merrill did knock down a 3. 1 of 3. Well, a good one, yeah. All right, we're taking the 7 minute or the 6 minutes off of Merrill. I don't know. I just don't know. All right, let's try to rebound here. We do by 14. Brunson with 29, double for Towns. Jaquez off the bench at 18. That's better. Portis led the Raptors with 16. It is unfortunate. I do think we'll win the series. No Scotty Barnes and no Jakob Podol. You're starting front court. That's tough. Ooh. Okay, we've lost Obi Toppin to a sprained right toe for a week or two. Well, Diawara, you're back in. Welcome back to the lineup. And we lose by 3. Diawara does score 8. Kolek 4. Jaquez 4. McBride 9 of 9 at the line. 0 of 3 from the field. Towns only 12. Are we serious? Brunson just 16 on 4 of 12. It was just not our night, I would say. Now we need it to be our night the next game. And now guys are getting tired. Hart is playing down to a 78 because of his injury. He should probably be playing less at this point. Even at 2 minutes, I think Sam Merrill can come in and knock down a 3. Oh my gosh, we lose. He attempted a 3. Nobody can score except Brunson now, and he was only 9 of 22. I mean, Towns had 19. Everyone panic. Yeah, we are panicking. We're implementing the panic rotation, which is going to be heavy minutes for the starters. Heavy minutes for the starters. Heavy minutes. Bridges' scoring's been effective. He's averaging 19 in the playoffs, 49% from 3. Elsewhere around the league, the Spurs have already beaten Denver in 5. Man, Wemby's just that good, huh? No injuries. Yeah, he's just that good. And then Minnesota with a 3-1 lead over Dallas. I tried to get you LeBron, man. I really tried. We had the deal in place. Didn't happen. And then Charlotte and Detroit are in a 2-2 tie. Any injuries here? Norman Powell, I forgot they had him. I mean, Kalkbrenner isn't exactly a monster of a center right now, but that's a heck of a lineup. Giannis, LaMelo, Kneppel, Brandon Miller, Kobe White off the bench, Diabate. If Ty Jerome wasn't hurt, you'd have him in the rotation. Pistons don't have that bench this year, it doesn't seem like. Caden Boozer didn't hardly even play. Okay. They have Dosunmu at the end of the bench. I'm guessing he's hurt. Interesting. All right. We're down 3-1 against the team I thought we would beat. So let's simcast and see if we're going home early. We're off to a nice start. We're off to a really nice first half. All right. They definitely played well in the fourth quarter compared to us, but we were too much. Brunson 25, Towns 22, and Bridges 20. That's what I like to see. We might even take the bench minutes down even more. We can't allow anybody individually to beat us. Like Ingram with 28 is a lot. Barrett with 26 is probably too much to be given up to RJ Barrett. We need our offense to click a little better than this. We got to win 2 more in a row. Our guys are tired. That's for sure. And Hart's playing injured. He's playing with a lot of heart. Obi's still going to be hurt. Yeah. What am I hearing right now with my ears? Boy. Just the awful shooting numbers from McBride in the playoffs. Kolek's not been much better. DOR has not been much better. Hawkes can't hit a 3. All right, we got 14 minutes coming in. This is what we're going to go with. Heavy, heavy, heavy Tom Thibodeau-esque minutes. It just needs to happen. Game 6, must win. Play Ben Simmons 40 minutes. We're starting to pull away now. It's looking good. All right, 18-point win. Uh-oh, Mitchell Robinson out. 1 to 2 weeks, strained left foot. Man. Who jumps into the rotation? It's probably Ben Simmons. You had to say it. We have a series. I think it's Ben Simmons that comes in. Obi Toppin can play though. Obi Toppin can play. It was about to be Ben Simmons, Mullet. Not gonna lie. Well, that's 18 minutes out of the rotation. I don't think Obi's going to play that many minutes because he's hurt. He's going to play like maybe 10. Maybe DOR plays a little more. Maybe McBride plays a little more. Hart, you gotta use your heart, man. You have to will yourself to be out there. We need him. Detroit's taking a 3-2 lead. Looking at the box score, Towns 25, Brunson 21 in heavy, heavy minutes for these guys. Nobody was in foul trouble. For them, Ingram fouled out as we won by 18. Losing Robinson obviously is going to hurt. our rebounding. Could we turn to the rookie that we've played no minutes all season? Swigo. Should he be getting some minutes here over Dawara? Shadow, welcome back. We're in a pivotal playoff run right now. It may seem crazy what I'm about to say. We are going to play Luigi Swigo. What is it, like 6 minutes? Rookie. Well, he's played a little. He's appeared in a few games, and even 2 in the playoffs. But basically, it's going to be the first game he's actually playing meaningful minutes, even though it's only going to be 8. He's going to play 8 minutes in this elimination game. Sorry to shout out John. You know, John had some interesting ideas that I didn't disagree with, but I'm not comfortable playing Diawara right now. He doesn't do enough for me, in my opinion. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Mullet's birthday entirely depends on the outcome of this game right here. I hope he's actually healthy. Well, that's interesting. That could change something. I'll let you know after this game, so. Do we change anything? Based on Obi being healthy? He's not shooting the ball particularly well in the playoffs. I think we just send it. I think we just got to send it. All right, let's do Simcast. Detroit has eliminated Charlotte. It'll be Minnesota and San Antonio in the West. Here we go. Oh no, we're down 2-0. All right, let's go a little faster. Not a great first quarter, huh? Not a great first quarter at all. We got scored by 5 in the second. We're hanging in there. We're trying to hang in there. Got scored by 2 in the third. It's coming down to it now. It's really coming down to it now. 3 points. 2. Under a minute to go, we take the lead by 1. They take a lead. Oh, I was waiting to see a 3-ball pop up, man. Down 3 with a possession. Blame Tua. Daphne Keene unable to get the Knicks back to the Eastern Finals. Oh, we end up losing by 5, actually. Terrible birthday. We are 0 for 2 so far in terms of championships. It was a good season. There's not a whole lot I think I would do differently. Swigo actually put up 5 free throws, if nothing else. I mean, that's basically what Diawara averages, 4 points and less than a rebound. Obi only 3 points. McBride, nothing. Didn't even attempt a shot. And he had 3 turnovers. We may need to retool the bench a bit. The starting 5, I like the heart. Losing Mitchell Robinson hurt. We only lose by 5 points. Really tough series for a team that was missing 2 of their best players. It's unfortunate to lose that. Oh, that's good. True. You probably only got a couple hours left here for stream, huh? We should probably try to get through at least another 2 seasons. And for the Raptors, it's Colin Gillespie. I said I didn't want to let anybody individually beat us. It ended up being Colin Gillespie. Bobby Portis and Murray Boyles, 13 apiece. Ingram, 12. Quickly and Barrett, the former Knicks, 11 apiece. A really bad loss, ultimately. I mean, this is really a series that I know I said I didn't want to underestimate them. It really just is a series that we shouldn't have lost, though, is the problem. So anyway, conference finals. I don't see anything differently on those two teams. These two look the same as well. Let's see who wins. Anthony averaged 42.5. Cade 36. Jeez. Cade only 29% from 3. I'd give the nod to Minnesota just by Ant averaging 43. They beat the Spurs in 5, and Detroit beat the Raptors in 5. Hopefully both these teams are healthy. It looks like it. How's Norman Powell going to contain Anthony Edwards? But also, how is Dante DiVincenzo going to contain Cade Cunningham? Interesting. Let's go game by game here. Pistons win 1. T-Wolves win 2 on the road. That's big. Pistons win on the road game 3 and game 4. Well, Timberwolves make it a series again. They got to win 2 more in a row, though. They do not. The Detroit Pistons, back-to-back NBA champions to start this series, this dynasty, this, I guess I was right with stream series. Whatever I'm trying to say. The Detroit Pistons have won back-to-back. Ant 46 in the elimination game. He may need some more help, guys. Cade with 33 and a triple-double. Wow. Okay, well, headed into the offseason, quickly, let's look at our stats for the playoffs. Obviously, playing guys heavier minutes. I still kind of like the trio of Brunson, Towns, and Bridges. I don't really think I want to break that up. Nembhard's a really good defensive player. I think he fits with the starting lineup. But the 5th starter, Josh Hart, only averages 7 points. I think he fits well too. But if he's not averaging 9 rebounds, Towns is going to take a majority of those. And if he's not averaging 5 assists, Brunson's going to take at least a few of those. I'm just going to say right now, we could afford to lose Josh Hart if it happens. Or we could also afford to have him come off the bench at this point, I think. Now, the rest of the bench, Kolek honestly was okay at 8 points a game. The rest of the bench, and Mitchell Robinson with his 7 rebounds. The rest, though, not great. Really just not great. So, retirements, LeBron James will retire. Steph Curry will retire and obviously go to the Hall of Fame, both of them. Paul George, interesting case. I don't know if he's a Hall of Fame lock. Vucevic, Draymond will retire with the Lakers. 4.5 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 5 assists with a steal and a block. Horrible shooting numbers. Probably was not worth the trade. I don't know if that cost the Lakers making a playoff appearance. Maybe they can properly build around Luka now. I don't think I would have done that trade if they had re-signed Austin Reeves. If they'd re-signed Austin Reeves, I don't think they would have had the cap flexibility to really do that. I don't think they would have needed to do that, and then it just didn't really work out anyway. McCollum, Hardaway, Middleton, Barnes, KCP, Terry Rozier, Mo Bamba, Mac McClung. He's hanging it up. He's going to become a professional dunker. Boo Booey. Staff retirements. Doc Rivers will retire, as well as Frank Vogel, some other folks. To the Hall of Fame does go Steph Curry, LeBron James, and even Paul George. The stats don't look great stacked up against LeBron and Steph, but those are top 2 player of all time in LeBron, and where would you put Curry? Top 20? Would he be a top 20 player of all time? Probably. PG, I don't know. Maybe top 75? Probably not. Retirements: LeBron by all three teams, Draymond by the Warriors, and Steph by the Warriors. No PG Pacers jersey retirement. That's fair. Yeah, PG is a player of all time. Maybe top 100. I don't know. League meetings, nothing to accept. Okay. Next year we will add 2 expansion teams for the next offseason, which I think is in line with what the NBA is trying to do. I don't know if it will happen, but next is the draft lottery already. Before we get to that, let's look at our cap holds here. Our 2 rookies, we'll keep them. Diawara, we'll keep. Ben Simmons, no. Josh Hart for now, yes. Towns as well, yes. He has an option. They both have options, actually. Towns, for the upcoming season, has an $85 million player option. That's a lot. That is an awful lot. uh, I don't know if the 19 and 10 justifies $85 million. Like I said 3 hours ago, by Cat. It might be time. I still would like to keep Bridges. He's going to start to regress. He doesn't do a ton else either. And then Josh Hart. This is why I wanted to decline his team option first before signing him to an extension, because I don't want to pay him $31 million. Nimhard and Obi are in contract years now. Sam Merrill really didn't play for us, but unless he regresses a lot, I think we could possibly just keep him around. Hawkes, McBride. Do we trade McBride? He's got 4 years left on his deal, but he just can't. He doesn't shoot. And I know that's a tendency problem, but the only player with a true expiring contract is Ben Simmons, which we probably should look for an upgrade over Kolek. He's a nice scorer. I say nice. He's a decent scorer. He's okay. And that face sure is a face as well. So, and we can't trade right now either. Okay, let's go do the draft lottery, of which we do not have a pick involved. Houston has Milwaukee's pick. Rockets have Brooklyn's pick. Huh. The Thunder have a chance to get a high pick. Of course they do. Pacers at 14. How about the Pacers? Can the Pacers move up? That'd be cool. No. No. Grizzlies. No. They kind of needed to. That's unfortunate for them. Warriors. No. Wouldn't have been surprised. Heat. No. Rockets at 10. No. One of these years, like, there's going to be no movement at all. Kings. No. Thunder. Please don't move up. Why? Of course, the Thunder from 8 will move up into the top 4. Because why not? Thanks, NBA, with your silly ping pong ball system. So the Sixers fall to 8. Pelicans now at 7. They will stay. The same year, there's no movement. They'll adjust the lottery process. Wizards. Yeah, I got to change it. Got to help OKC get higher picks. Rockets will move up. Grizzlies get screwed. So the Thunder and Rockets have moved up. This should be the Rockets. Grizzlies again via the Lakers. I don't know what trade that was. What could that possibly have been? I don't know. Nothing I did. Houston now should be 3rd. They are not. It's the Jazz. So the Rockets and the Thunder will be the top 2 picks. Great. This should be the Rockets. It's the Thunder, so at least the Thunder don't get the first pick. This is from the Clippers. This is still from the Paul George trade, by the way, that sent them Shea and a million picks. What a horrible trade for the world. And then Houston, who had a 14% chance to get it in the first place, does get it from Brooklyn. So, yeah, it was actually Brooklyn's pick. Okay. I don't know what trade that could possibly be, but well, there you go. Houston, OKC, and Utah, and then back to back for Memphis. And we are picking at. We are not. We traded our pick to the Nets, apparently, already. And the future pick I got last year was not for this draft class. So we're not in the business of acquiring highly picked young players, apparently. Daphne, do we keep Mike Brown? It might be time to move on from Mike Brown again. Not again, but like get off to another new coach. Joe Mazzulla has no offers. Joe Mazzulla has no offers. Now, we did just beat the Celtics in the playoffs, but we struggled and ended up losing to a team that was missing arguably its best player and two of their top starters. Is that worth moving off? Look at fake person Michael Stoffer here, has like all the badges for whatever reason. Do we move off Mike Brown, who still has 2 years on his deal, to attempt to hire Joe Mazzulla, who's surprisingly available at all and has 0 offers? It looks like Mike has some kind of 50% bonus for something. I don't know what that means, but I see a lot of bronze. He's a great defensive coach and a good offensive coach. Balanced system. What's Mazzulla? Mazzulla's also balanced. Everybody wants Michael Stoffer. That's probably what the Celtics are trying to do. I think we'll keep Mike. I don't think it matters that much. We'll sim through the combine and pre-draft. Let's see what. Can we look at our staff? I don't know how to look at coaching staff anymore. They changed all these settings when the PS5 games started happening. It's probably not Trophy Showcase. That's kind of cool that there is one, though. I've never seen that before. We also haven't looked at all at prospects. Unfortunately, the stats are messed up. So going forward, the stats will no longer be a part of the draft process. I guess lucky for us, we don't have a pick, so we don't have to worry about the stats being messed up. Notable players: Cameron Williams will probably go number 1. Xavier Booker's hanging around in here. What year's class has the prospect? So I'm going to go to 2030, and then I'm going to use the one that I made with quote unquote mullet in it. And then after that, there's a YouTuber I like, Octi. He has an ongoing series with an expansion team, and he has 6 years worth of draft classes that have been custom made. So I think it's 5 real classes, and then my class, and then maybe 6 by now of Octi's classes. So we're good on draft classes for a while. Kwame Evans Jr. is in this class. Taj Ariza in this class. DJ Wagner still exists. Caleb Foster? Sounds familiar. Duke? Is he at Duke? Now, we may not care about the draft for us this year, but we do care about trades. And we do have 2 second-round picks. So Now the problem is we can't trade Cat right now because he's on an option that he hasn't decided. He can't decide yet, so we can't trade Cat pre-draft, and we can't trade Hart pre-draft. So the only guys that we could really consider trading would probably be, I would say, Obi. Obi could possibly start for us next year. That's what I was kind of thinking over Hart. Merrill, I kind of want to keep. I forgot Hawkes was hurt, sore right knee. I think McBride, I know he's got 4 years on his deal and he's cheap. The tendencies just aren't really there for whatever reason with him. He just doesn't really shoot the ball as much as I'd like. I don't know. We've only got one free agent, and it's Ben Simmons. Oh, and Diawara. I think he's restricted again. I think again we're going to trade the second rounder, and we're going to see what's available at our pick. So let's get a future second. Try to find a bad team. There aren't any. There aren't any bad teams. The Wizards, maybe. Swap with the Wizards and Suns 3 years down the line. We'll pretend we got cash from that trade as well. So we have pick 36, right? Is what that means. Or 35, I guess. Yeah. All right. The draft. Pick 1, Houston, goes Cameron Williams. New big man to pair with Şengün, I suppose. The Thunder are going to get Jordan Smith, a point guard. Shea actually getting traded. We'll look at the top 5 and then sim. Well, I don't want to sim because I don't want to miss any goofy trades that happen. So we'll just skip fast. We're skipping fast. And here's a goofy trade. DeAndre Ayton and James Harden for 2 firsts to the Kings. You know what? Is it a terrible trade for the Kings? Yes. Would the Kings absolutely do this? 100% they would. It's happening. Let it happen. It's happening. The Cavs get out of James Harden's contract. He's been there for 2 years and they haven't done much. They can focus around Donovan Mitchell and their bigs again with the 2 first-round picks that they get. And they're going to start with Taj Ariza. So not quite a big or a point guard, but okay. Caleb Holt goes top 10. Now we've got the Warriors and Lakers. They want to swap Collins and Vanderbilt and first-round picks. Sure. Why not? Lakers are going to get another power forward. Okay. Gotta go fast. Gotta go very, very fast. Another trade. The Hawks want Royce O'Neal. They're willing to swap firsts for Royce O'Neal, who's going to regress and not play probably. Sure. I'm feeling more lenient with these goofy trades because why not? Suns are going to replace him with Kwame Evans. Why wouldn't they just draft Kwame Evans if you're the Hawks, if you wanted that type of a player? I don't know. Now, this one, on the other hand, Dylan Brooks for 2 firsts. That's unnecessary. Let's not do that. The Suns are trying to do everything. They're trying to send Mark Williams back to the Hornets for only a first and a second. The Hornets can absorb that. I don't think Mark Williams would be too happy at that. Remember, he was very upset when his trade to the Lakers fell through. He was not happy with the Hornets. That would be kind of an insane move. The problem with this is Giannis, I don't know if he re-signed or not. This could affect Charlotte's ability to re-sign Giannis. I don't think I can let this one go through. They're going to get a power forward. Did they mess up with Giannis? Did they not re-sign him? Oh boy. PJ Wagner went first round. Oh, Aaron Bradshaw. I believe he's former Ohio State Buckeye, isn't he? Am I thinking of the right person? All right, we are on the clock. Now, we may not make this pick, though. And we unfortunately won't ever have stats to look at ever again. Now, the top player available right away, Matthias Mayhop, with a B plus 3-point and a B plus perimeter defense, immediately is intriguing to me. If we're making the pick, it makes sense to take the best available. He seems to be the best available. He's only 19. He probably won't crack the rotation as a rookie, but we do have a roster spot, and he could replace McBride. Jacob Furphy? Is that Johnny Furphy's brother? Could be. UConn. I think we're going to take Matthias Mayhop here. Let's do it. Out of France. There isn't a lot of game tape available. You got that right, buddy. He played, I don't know how many games he played, but he's coming in wearing number 7. Kind of crazy. Oh, yeah, I need to make sure there's no more crazy trades. Don't think there usually are in the second round. I say I hope there's no more crazy trades as I've traded Giannis to the Hornets in this series. Cam Williams was the best player in the class, actually tied with Tyron Stokes. Grizzlies get a pair of wings that look pretty promising. Interesting. Our player is going to come in at a 73. He's not an immediate upgrade to McBride, but I think long term he could be. So we may trade McBride and keep Sam Merrill and try Sam Merrill as the backup too this year. We'll see. We could also move McBride to point guard, where he'd probably be more natural to fit. Have him compete with Kolek throughout the year to be the backup. Towns. So the player option on Towns actually is only 61 million. I guess the cap hold was 80 whatever million. So we saved like 20 million there. Josh Hart, I do want him back. I don't know if he's going to start, but I don't want him at 22 million. Bryce James and Swigo, we're going to have to pick up. That's fine. It's kind of expensive for a second round pick, but I do want Josh Hart back. Giannis declined his player option. That's what it was. Now, Charlotte will be able to offer him a 5-year max. Donovan Mitchell, I'm sorry, I just kind of skipped over. Jokic declined his player option, as did Kyrie, as did Kevin Durant. So there's going to be a crop of aging veteran free agents, including Giannis and Jokic, that are going to be very intriguing to a lot of teams. Anybody else of note decline? Damian Lillard could be of interest to us as a backup if he's cheap enough. He's 37. Ryan Rollins probably should be making more than $4 million. Reed Shepherd, Rockets decline this. I don't think that's smart at all, but okay. Trey Jones, Santi Aldama, and then us with Josh Hart. All right. Qualifying offers, again, Diawara. We can extend that. And Wemby is here as a restricted free agent. Moment of truth on Giannis. Let's see. They cannot afford to keep Giannis. Uh-oh. I don't see the Hornets here. The Nets are the one team that are even trying to go after Giannis. That's incredible. Did the Hornets get fleeced for 4 first round? Now, they won a playoff series, which was that their first playoff series they've won in 30 years? Maybe. But did they get fleeced for 4 first rounders? And Salon, who looked pretty good on the Bucks last year, as well as Bridges, for only 1 year of Giannis. That's tough. Nikola Jokic doesn't have a legitimate offer right now. That begs the question, would it be worth shipping out Cat to try and sign Jokic or Giannis? He's making $61 million. Now that would instantly go to somebody else. I don't know if we would have enough money. I don't think we would have enough money if we trade Towns and take nothing back in contracts. Add Bridges into. I don't. You just want Jokic. I get that. I get that. I would probably have to trade Nimhard, and I was maybe thinking of getting rid of McBride, and I might have to do Merrill as well. I think it probably just makes more sense to keep those guys. I don't think I can make it happen. It's a heck of a move to consider because Jokic does not have a single strong offer, and only two teams. Because everyone's going after Wemby, the Mavs, the Bulls, Hornets. See, the Hornets are trying to buy Wemby for no reason, and they're going to end up losing Giannis because of it. This is a disaster class of financial management by the Charlotte Hornets. The Brooklyn Nets are going to sign Giannis. They're going to add him to this, whatever this is. Wow. The Lakers, now that LeBron has retired, they should have some flexibility. They do quite a bit. So why aren't they going after either of those? I don't know. And then the Warriors, without Steph, they should have a lot of money as well. And who's leading on these guys? So basically, half the league's offering on Wemby, and there's only 5 serious offers. Look at the Bucks. Surely he gets matched, obviously. Jokic, only 2 offers is kind of crazy, and nobody's got a strong offer. As soon as the Spurs match Wemby's offer, teams will start going for Jokic and Giannis. Is it too late, though, for Giannis? I think he's just going to sign with the Nets, which is insane because I don't think he would do that. But Josh Hart is incredibly cheap, by the way, which is nice. We could put an offer on Ausar Thompson, although we don't have the money. Need thoughts on Discord? Oh, here we go. Chiefs signed Kelsey for 3 years. 3? And for that much money, I mean, I guess I get the money. He's still good, but yeah, I thought it was only going to be a 1. Him playing 3 more years with the amount of money. Yeah, I think it's the years, but it is an awful lot of money. I mean, I'd rather have Trent McDuffie and have let Kelsey walk than have Kelsey for 3 years at almost $20 million a year and not have our first round and have an additional first round pick. I don't know. I don't. That's a that's a big contract. That's all I can say. Kyrie's a big free agent here too, and the Rockets are interested. Hello. Where are the Mavs? The Mavs aren't even talking to him. Dame still wants 22 million. Is Holiday still on the Blazers? I guess. So who's our targets right now? Josh Hart. I don't know about a 5-year deal. Maybe take it year by year. To be honest. So if we add Josh Hart and if we get Diawara back, we're kind of full on our entire roster. Like it's set. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much all we can do, unless we make drastic moves to try and go after Jokic. 73 mil per is insane. It's more than what Cat's making. He's slightly older than Cat. He's better than Cat. That's obvious. I don't think we do it. I think we've been good enough in the East with the guys we've got. I don't want to break up the entire roster and trade off a bunch of pieces just at the attempt of getting Jokic, and then we may not even end up getting him. So let's go through a day and see what's going on here. So Wemby was matched, and we're getting Josh Hart, and that's it. Now everybody's going after both Giannis and Jokic. The Nets are still the only team with a good offer. That's crazy. Are the Hornets going after Jokic? They are. They're now choosing to go after Jokic over Giannis after giving up 4 first-round picks. Could Jokic actually leave Denver? The Mavericks would be insane. He would not be teaming up with Luka, but he would be teaming up with Cooper Flagg. The Bulls would be insane. The Bucks would be insane. I guess I would understand the Hornets. I hope he just stays in Denver. And Giannis here, I worked so hard on that trade. If the Hornets just fumble it because they're going after other players, that's on them. The Cavs trying to bring back Mitchell, and the Warriors and Lakers, who I pointed out as teams with cap space, are trying to get him. Kyrie is still talking to Houston. Timberwolves might sneak up and get him for a 1-year deal. Durant is looking at the Pistons. They have cap space. They have enough to acquire $50 million in space. And that's above the Rockets' offer right now. The Heat, Warriors, Lakers also went on him. Brandon Miller's restricted. The next unrestricted is Michael Porter. So the Pistons want him too. Jeez. All right, let's go another day. Giannis has chosen the Nets. Now, this isn't official yet, and Jokic has chosen the Mavs. And Kevin Durant with the Pistons, it's the Warriors 2.0. He's going to a back-to-back champion, potentially. Dame to the Cavs. I kind of like that one, actually. AJ Mitchell to the Heat. Derek Lively wants to stay with the Mavs despite them getting Jokic. Seems like a bad decision. It's not official yet. It will be soon. They say it's the most Kevin Durant move ever. We're about to find out. Jokic has not signed. Jokic has rug pulled the Mavs. Now, what else happened? Giannis has left the Hornets after they traded 4 firsts, Bridges, and Saloon for him. Mitchell's going to stay put. Durant has gone to the Pistons. A year for $49 million. How did they have that much cap space? Now, he's not quite as good as he used to be. He averaged 20 last year in less minutes per game. Any other major movement? Dame to the Cavs is official. Anthony Black leaving Orlando to go to Philly is an interesting one. AJ Mitchell to the Heat. Podziemski to the Clippers. The Kings keep 37-year-old DeMar DeRozan around. Okay. Lively does resign with the Mavs, where he'll likely still be the starting center. Likely, get it? Ooh, big addition for the Pacers. It's Santi Aldama. Kyle Filipowski, the Magic. It's like the real Kings are leading the Kings in this rebuild. The real ownership group and GM is out there. So anyway, Jokic still available. Now the Nuggets are back in. The Warriors, though, are right behind. I want to see him stay, but now we've seen Giannis jump ship to Brooklyn is crazy. He shot 35% from 3 last year with Charlotte, by the way. And then Durant. Again, how in the world did they afford Durant? I get the Nets affording Giannis because they have nobody else. Like Claxton's making $20 million. Nobody else is making over. Okay, well they got a Cuff at $12 million and Terrence Mann at 16. But the Pistons, how? Duran's making close to 40. Holland hasn't gotten his next contract yet. Durant at 50. Powell, what is that, like 16? And Cade, jeez, dude, like 57 or something like that. They just had $50 million available to use, and they used it. 38-year-old Kevin Durant. So, back to us. We are the Knicks. I think we just need to get Dior back. Man, Ryan Dunn has completely fallen off. Bull is available. He's available. Oh, brother. Did I pass Diora? Yeah. He's very cheap. We can't afford to give him a deal. I don't know if we want him for 5 years, but we're gonna, or 4, I mean, but we're gonna offer him 4. No, he should not have a trade clause. Accidentally hit the button twice. Jokic is signed. He has re-signed with the Nuggets. Good. Kyrie Irving to the Heat. He was not talking with the Heat. It was the where was he talking? Wasn't it the Rockets? The Rockets opt to obviously bring back Amen Thompson on a long-term deal and also sign Michael Porter. Not quite the splash of Kyrie. Now, if you remember, they also let Reed Shepherd walk. Jimmy Butler's gone back to Minnesota for a year. That's interesting. RJ Barrett re-signed. Not quite pandemonium levels, but Giannis to the Nets and Kyrie to the Heat. Pretty big moves. Keontae George is now unrestricted. Hello? Steph, yeah, I would sign him if I was the Warriors. Asor is unrestricted. They let Asor Thompson go at 20. Oh, mullet. He only averages 11 a game. 24% from 3, 59% free throw. It's just not worth. Reed Shepherd at 12 million. We would have to trade both McBride and Merrill to make this happen. He doesn't have a strong offer right now. He's only 23. But the dream. How do you feel about Reed Shepherd? Because he's only asking for 13 mil per, as opposed to anybody else here. That's not a great option. We do need to make some cap space, though, so it would probably take. I want to keep Nembhard. It would probably take trading Merrill and McBride would free up $15 million. We could get 2 firsts from the Bulls for Sam Merrill. That seems good. That does not seem realistic, but it does seem good. The Rockets are probably too good. I think we kind of have to do this. I like Sam Merrill. I liked him when I traded for him. I still think he could have a role as a 3-point threat. He didn't play a single regular season game. Well, that's not true. He did play. He literally played a single regular season minute. He played a little bit in the playoffs. I think we have to take 2 firsts. We need future draft capital because our players, we're keeping them around, but they're getting older. Our stars, so. And then I think McBride as well. If we can get Reed Shepard, he's younger. He shows that he can shoot the ball and actually, you know, tendency wise, shoot the ball. Not just, oh, he shoots. I don't want AJ Green's contract. Chase Richardson. Brandon Williams has actually developed pretty nicely. He averaged 20 in 82 games. He averaged 20 points. Jeez. We don't save salary on this though. I need to send him somewhere where we don't get any or very very little salary back. I don't see an option like that currently. I could trade him to the Bucks and get AJ Green and then flip AJ Green because we do get a first here from the Bucks. Even if we only get a second for AJ Green. I could also do this Clippers one for Isaiah Jackson. Let's do this with the Bucks. We'll get their first rounder, and then I'll flip AJ Green. What'd that say? Oh, trade exception. All right, sure. And then we're trading AJ Green immediately. Oh, jeez, dude. They give us a first back. We get 2 picks with Memphis. It's a swap. A Lakers first. They could still be pretty bad. Luka's going to be getting older. He may not even be there by then. We do have to give up a second, but that's okay. All right. Things are happening. Players are getting moved. We've acquired a lot of future draft capital. We don't have a first in 2029, but we do have the Heat's first in 2028, and then we have 4 firsts in 2030 and 3 in 2031 that we could trade for players or future picks as well. I think we've made enough room that we can offer. How are we still 13 million over? We're still 13 million over? We're still 13 million over. Well, this is why it's so hard to believe that the Pistons were able to afford Durant. Like, the salary cap is at an insane number, but everyone's making so much money. It would be sad to trade Towns now, and then it's like, oh, well, we missed out on possibly getting Jokic or Giannis or whoever else. He is in a contract year. Can we see re-signs right now or no? We can. Bridges, Towns, and Obi want to re-sign. Obi's a team player. He's willing to re-sign for cheap. He may not see that contract through with us, but we'll sign him for that. Bridges still has 2 years and an option, so we're not going to re-sign him yet. Towns, though, he's less expensive than he is currently, at least. I mean, this is a lot of money less than what he's making right now. This is like 25 million less. He's also going to be tradable because he's still going to be high overall, but we could trade him down the line. I think it's worth. We don't want to lose him for nothing next year, so we are going to extend Cat. He hasn't had the greatest playoff runs so far, but I think that I think it's worth it. And then, yeah, with Bridges, we're going to wait. Now, the problem is we still don't have cap space. We're still 13 million over. We just extended Obi, so we're not going to trade him. Now, Nimhard was not eligible to be extended, I guess. I don't know why that is. None. Player's not ready to sign. Okay, well. you probably should get ready, dude, because now's right this second is when you need to be ready, because I'm trading you now. We're going to look for a spot to send Andrew Nimhard. I like him. He's a really good defensive player. I think I've made up my mind that I would prefer Reed Shepherd on the team. I think we need more offense. The defense is nice. There's games where we're going to give up 140 points. It's 2K. That's just going to happen. We need offense. Could send him to the Kings. I'd feel bad for him if I did that, but could send him to the Lakers. Could play with Luka. He would actually be a really nice fit with Luka. Now, the team has nobody else because they've been going after other players and striking out. And Nimhard wouldn't have to worry about Dort injuring him during a game. Could go Lakers. Mavs, maybe? The Mavs have lost Kyrie, which is a huge loss for nothing. Remember I offered them LeBron? Like, at least you would have had... you wouldn't have lost much to get LeBron, and they could have contended, but... that's tough. Probably not back to the Pacers. Not the Pistons. I don't want to help the Pistons out anymore. Oh gosh. I would hate it. I would hate it. It would make sense at this point, but I would hate it. Warriors have nothing to point or the two. Do they have money? They certainly should have money, right? Can we get 2 firsts? And that's it? Okay, Andrew Nimhard has been traded to the Warriors for a first and a second. I liked him. I think he was a good fit as a secondary, ball handler. Basically, the same role with the Pacers, but his scoring just dropped so low. We really needed another scoring option. And now that we've sent him to Golden State, now we finally have cap space. Is it enough? Only 5 million? How is this happening? Oh, you know why it's happening. I know why it's happening. Yeah. Oh, dude, we're on the books for 10, 11 million for AJ Green. We have to pay. It's trade exceptions. Oh gosh, I don't know if we can sign Reed Shepherd then. Maybe we can. Does he have an offer right now? He does have an offer, but it's not a serious one. If he signs for this, that would be really, really helpful for our finances. If I renounce these, it doesn't help our cap space. Too much math. I'm already doing math at work. I'm hopeful this works out because I like Reed Shepherd. Oh boy. Who in their right mind is trying to do this? Oh, this was us. It's us in our right mind. Uh-oh. Well, That was our right mind about 30 minutes ago. We're going to accept it. Reed Shepherd has a bunch of offers. Oh, gosh, the Rockets now want him back. Have I fumbled this offseason? Kind of seems that way. Reed Shepherd is going back to Houston now. Oh, man. The one good thing is that we have a bunch of picks now. The bad thing is we don't have a shooting guard. We might have to move Bridges back to the 2 and let Hawkes start. Josh Hart could also possibly start at the 2 or the 3, excuse me. Because we still don't have cap space, but we're paying 3 guys that aren't on the roster. Now it's going to free up a lot of money next year when we have $97 million. That doesn't include a player option for Brunson. Oh boy. Well, now I think trading Nimhard was a mistake. The Warriors were able to sign Keontae George. Nice for them. And Bilal Coulibaly from the Wizards. That's a nice signing. What have the Hornets been able to do since they let Giannis walk? Andrew Wiggins. Not quite the player that Giannis is. Not quite. Jackson Richardson. They've still got Jerome and Kobe White. It's not a bad team, but they give up 4 firsts for Giannis. You gotta re-sign him. They didn't even try. They tried to literally sign anybody else but Giannis, and they ended up with, oh my gosh, they ended up with Andrew Wiggins. The Nets add Asur Thompson to Giannis. The team's actually looking kind of decent now, and they have Anthony Thompson. Kind of deep. They still need some guards, I would say, not just their young guys. But how did OG play with the Pacers? 12 points a game. Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to trade him. Yeah, that would be why. Aldama should probably move up to center their current roster, but I might have overvalued the future picks because now Mayhop might have to play. Could we go get Bronny now? As crazy of a question as that is, would Bronny James be a valuable addition now to our team? I think Drew's still on a big contract. Drew Holiday. Bronny is a free agent. He's available. He shouldn't be wanting too much money. Let's check in on Drew Holiday real fast. He is still making $37 million next year. So we're going to pivot. We're going to pretend this was the goal the entire time, and we're going to go after Bronny James. He's here somewhere. There he is. We'll actually be able to sign him under the cap. And Bronny James is signed, just like that. 4 years, $15 million. And he will be the 3rd string point guard. We still need now 2 shooting guards as well. He could move up to the 2, actually. One brother duo down, 1 more to go. It's going to be awfully hard to get the Thompson twins at this point. I don't know about that one. It's going to be hard to get either of them at this point. So if Bronny moves up to the 2, we still need a point guard and a shooting guard. How about DiVincenzo? For a minimum. That seems good. He can play the point or the 2. Sion James for nothing? Baylor Shireman for nothing? I like those options. I like Sion James a lot. There's the extra offense. Can we get him for more than just 1 year? Maybe not. We could sign him to a two-way deal. Maybe 2 years? Yeah, we could sign him for 2 years for the minimum. That's not bad. DiVincenzo and Zion James. Boom. All right. That worked out. Now we're going to be relying on Bronny James to play minutes for us. Are we, or should we move DiVincenzo to the 2? Because he would probably start for us. Hart, Bridges, they're all staying where they are. Bronny's not supposed to be a small forward. What have we done? Do we not have enough small forwards? What did I do? Did I move somebody? Oh, that's Bryce. I'm sorry. Where'd Bryce go? Get back up there, Bryce. My bad. I forgot we had Bryce. Mayhop probably shouldn't be playing. He may be small forward. So if we moved Bronny to shooting guard, he'd be a 75. DiVincenzo, though's an 80. I'm going to need Zion James to be in the rotation this year, too. I think we're going to have to go with that. All right, reset the roster. Towns, Robinson, Swigo, Hart, Toppin, Diawara, Bridges, Jaquez, Bryce James, DiVincenzo, Zion James, Mayhop, our rookie, Brunson, Kolek, and Bronny. Is that better than what we had last year? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Kind of like 5. Reminds me of JR. So that'll do it basically for free agency. We've got trade exceptions, but oh well. Now we get to the fun part, and by fun I mean the depressing part. Except for Swigo. Swigo's going up 4. That's not bad. He's only 20. There's a path where he could be a backup center for us. I just don't think it's yet. Mitch Robinson's still too good. Cat is going down, though. His rebounding and athleticism going down. Although his overall went up. So that's interesting. Josh Hart is falling. A lot of stats are going down a bit. Still a good player. Obi Toppin also goes down. I was hoping he would go up. Look at Diawara, though. He goes up. His mid-range scoring and his IQ slightly. Who starts? I think it's probably still going to be Josh Hart, but maybe he plays less minutes. At the 3, Bridges goes up slightly, 3-point and IQ. I like that. Jaquez also goes up, mid-range and IQ. Bryce all the way up to DIQ. But his 3-point and his post defense and rebounding and athleticism. A lot going up on Bryce. DiVincenzo goes up slightly. Zion James. We got things going up and down. Interesting. And then Jalen Brunson, his inside scoring and athleticism are going down. That's concerning. Bronny, +6. Well, that was a heck of a signing. He's up to a 79. Basically everything went up. Where was he last year? Did he even play? He didn't even play last year. Oh, he played in the G League probably for somebody. That's right. He had signed with I think a 2-way deal with Minnesota, wasn't it? So he did actually play in the G League last year. His dad retired and removed the Infinity Stones, handed them down to Bronny. Well, he might want to let Bryce borrow at least one of them because he kind of needs to develop still a little bit. And we got Kolek hanging. I guess Bronny's going to be the backup point. I guess. Bronny James. Should he just start at the 2? DiVincenzo's a much better shooter. He's a better defender right now, and comparable athlete, which is kind of sad. But it's all right. Yeah, no, we're not going to start Bron. We're not getting too crazy. He's going to be the backup point guard, which is already a lot. We'll sim summer league. And sim FIBA. All-Star game in San Antonio. We are ready for the third draft class, 2028. Sim that. Players played in the game. This is true. And we are ready to start season 3. Kevin Durant plans to retire. Farewell tour with the Pistons. We'll let him do that. That's fine. I'm not going to override his retirement because he's like 40. He'll be 40. I want to see some teams, though. Let's see the Hornets. Man, you had Giannis. You went out and you made the move. I went out and made the move for you. You let him go to the Nets for nothing. And the Pistons let Asor go to the Nets for nothing just so they could get KD for a year. Maybe it's a good move. I mean, Asor only averages 11 points. He's a good player. He's got A+ perimeter defense. The Nets have turned themselves into a contender just by getting Giannis, but the Mavs were able to replace Kyrie with Kasem Wallace. Pacers do anything of note? Aldama, I guess. Pistons with Durant. The Raptors back to full health. Good for them. Colin Sexton on the Rockets now. Team doesn't look quite as good anymore, but still looks pretty strong with Thompson and Şengün, and with number 1 pick Cameron Williams. They could still be pretty good. The Thunder still have a strong roster. They still got their big 3 and friends. Holiday's down to a 74, making $37 million. That's a lot. Warriors added Ben Simmons. He's hanging around. And Marvin Bagley. Embiid's still hanging around. He's down to an 84, 16 points a game last year. Let the Drew Holiday dream go. If he's still around in the league next year, there's a chance he could be our third point guard, but I think other than that, it's probably not going to happen. The Bucks here, they let Bridges walk, so Salon will be a starter full-time. McBride joins the team. It's not a good roster per se, but it's an interesting roster. Morant, first full season with the Celtics. Podziemski will now start at point guard for the Clippers. Oh boy. I gotta see the Kings roster. The Grizzlies still have Derek White and their 2 young point guards. They added Dariq Whitehead. I don't love that signing because you got Spencer and Branch. Hauser's down to a 73. He regressed quite a bit. I think he was a 77. Yikes. Interesting. Hawks, Rizichet's up to an 87. You got him, you got Johnson, Peterson. How did Daniels play? Better as far as 3-point shooting. Only 8 points a game, though. But you've got amazing scorers on the team. Jalen Johnson, 18. Rizichet, 22. Yeah, I see why he won Most Improved. And then Peterson averaged 24 as a rookie. He's only going to get better and better. Oh boy. Kyrie joins Bam and Hero. And the Kings I wanted to look at. Kings still have Sabonis. They traded for DeAndre Ayton, a first-round pick, essentially, and one for Harden. And Maxime Renaud's hanging around. At this point, just start Renaud. Caleb Wilson has a rookie average 12. Sorry. Keegan Murray's now a bench player, still putting up 11. It's not bad. You got Nikkei Clifford, average 10. DeRozan they re-signed. Don't know why he would do that. Don't know why they would do that. They still have Malik Monk. They got to trade him in real life at some point. And they signed Malik Monk. Wow, 2 Malik Monks. And then James Harden to run the show because there wasn't an old point guard in free agency they were looking forward to, so they decided to trade a first-round pick for one. He dropped off dramatically. I mean, it's still decent, 17-7, but obviously not the player he once was even the year before when he was averaging 23. So the Kings are toast. The Cavs got those 2 first-round picks. They have decent depth. You know, Reza was their first-round pick. Keldon Johnson on the squad. That's a nice signing. And then Dame, possibly for 2 years. Christian Anderson's a young player. That's nice. They did a pretty good job, I think, in getting anything of value at all out of 38-year-old James Harden and DeAndre Ayton was a good move. So finally, back to us. I'll try to get one more season in here before, I know Mullet used to dip out at like 4, so I'll try to get another year in the books. They want us to start Hart. I'm not opposed to doing that, but I don't want to play him as many minutes. I want Bridges to kind of become at least on par with Towns. I just don't know if he will. But we got Mitchell, we got Obi, Hawkes, Zion James, Bronny James, and then our mainly young guys, Swiga, Diawara, Bryce, Mayhop, and Kolek just aren't going to get minutes right now. Bronny, as someone who hasn't really played heavy minutes, I'm going to give him like 10 to start out with. Zion James, maybe like 14. Hawkes, at least 20. Obi probably should play 20, and Mitchell should probably play 20. So we could give a 6-minute run to somebody. It could be Diawara. It could be Bryce. It could be Kolek. Let's give it to Bryce. I don't dislike Kolek. I think he's a decent scoring option. But I do want Brunson primarily playing the point guard spot. And then when he's not in, I guess I'd like it to be Bronny. So this is what we're going to run to start the year. Again, at the trade deadline, I'll look around and see if there's a star I want to trade manually. Would the Rockets consider trading Şengün if they're bad? Maybe. The Hornets maybe want to sell off if they're bad because they've traded 4 first-round picks to get a player who left after a season. The Thunder look like they extended Shea just last year, so he's not going anywhere. Could the Lakers trade Luka? As crazy as that would be. Detroit's going to be nasty. I think so too. I think Durant, he's not as good of a defender, so their defense might be lacking. But look at Ron Holland, who's probably going to start now finally. He's pretty good. That kind of makes up for that. You get an extra scoring punch with Durant now, so they're going to be good. Minnesota's going to continue to be good. OKC and the Spurs are going to be good in the West. Celtics and hopefully us and probably the Hawks are going to be the East contenders. But yeah, could Luka possibly be traded? This is not a great looking roster. They got Alec Caruso back. Woo. They got Baylor Shireman. It's not a very good roster. So if the Lakers are bad again, I'm trading Luka. If he doesn't have a player option, which I don't think he does. He does. So could he possibly accept a trade though? Because LeBron didn't. He declined, but why would Luka want to re-sign if they're bad? He wants to test, at least right now. So we'll see when we get there, which shouldn't take too long. Hopefully we don't have lots of injuries. Let's just basically go straight up to post All-Star break. Here we go. Bit of a rough start. No. We're still second in the East, though. The Warriors are really trying to trade John Collins after trading for him. Now the Lakers want to trade AJ Green, even though they gave us a first-round pick for him. Grant Williams for Precious Achiuwa. Is that Grant Williams? Probably. No. How do you end up back on the Celtics? Didn't I think I traded him to Memphis. He must have just signed there in free agency. The Warriors are really trying to trade John Collins. Wemby's going to win the Cup MVP. We've still yet to have an injury on the team through 30 games, and immediately we have one, of course. Now it's Bridges, and he's only day-to-day, so we'll let him play through it, and now he's fine. I mean, just instantaneously, as soon as I said it. Nice win streak minus the Cup final. One of these years we might win the Cup. One of these years we might win a championship, even. Who knows? One of these years... Lakers still trying to trade AJ Green for Jonathan Isaac in a second. Neither of these players could possibly be in the rotation, but sure, why not? 31-8. We are in first place right now. Okay, the Kings are trying to get out of Harden and DeRozan. They'd be getting back Jeremy Grant and Drew Holiday. Would the Blazers do this? I mean, they get the better player in Harden. How did the Kings not get a single pick for Harden or DeRozan after giving up 2 firsts for Harden and Ayton, and they just re-signed DeRozan? I'm gonna let it go. Cornette for Merrill straight up. The Bulls get a big. The Spurs need a guard though. Nah. Spurs should still have their 3-man rotation of guards. Is this, I think, Trey Jones for a first and Najee? Sure. McConnell to the Pelicans. McConnell and a first for Sadiq Bey. And a second. No. We're second in the power rankings, so there must be a team better than us in the West. Topic for Kuzma and a first. I don't want the Thunder to have an extra first, but I like the idea of Kuzma bringing them down. So I'm going to let this go through. Towns bruised his hip. He's going to play through it. Yeah, I think it's probably their missing piece. It's probably why they haven't won the championship yet in this dynasty. So this doesn't really make sense, especially if they end up trading Luka. Which, again, I could spend 20 minutes messing around trying to find a trade, and he could decline it. But again, if they're bad, Day'Ron Sharpe for a younger Day'Ron Sharpe. You know what? Because the Hornets do have their centers. I'm going to let this go through. Jeez. Dillon Brooks is declining, but still, no. Kobe White for Derek White and a first. I don't think that's worth. Mitchell's good. It's already the trade deadline. Yes, I do want to stop. Okay. So, of course, all the moves are going to be like call-ups. Hey, Ryan Nemhard. There's the trades we just allowed. Massive earth-shattering trades. Let's check the standings. In the East, we are the 1 seed over Boston. That's not a surprise. Where is Detroit? Detroit. Detroit? Hello? 12th? I get Charlotte tanking down to 13th without Giannis. And the Bucks being terrible without Giannis. The Pistons are garbage with Kevin Durant. Imagine that. He's averaging 21. Is Cade been playing? He has taken a huge hit to his numbers with Durant being paired with him as opposed to Asura Thompson. I didn't say anything about it, but I'm not really surprised. Durant is still a very good player, but he doesn't seem to fit very well, and he hasn't seemed to fit very well since Golden State, if we're being really honest about it. This is a massive drop for... Now, he's not shooting the ball from 3 as well, from 40% to 36. But it's more than that that's costing him, 8 points a game. Detroit for Luka? The Lakers are not in the playoff picture. The Lakers have won 19 games. Now, would it make sense for Detroit at 23 wins at this point in the season to go trade for Luka? Probably not. Probably need a better team to make that happen. Us. Probably not. Oh man, imagine Brooklyn, Luka and Giannis. Spurs. Luka in New York. Maybe where's the Nuggets? What about the Nuggets? They're 500. There was that clip of Luka and Jokic joking about teaming up at one point. That's from like 2 or 3 years ago at this point already. Could the Nuggets acquire Luka Doncic? And how is Luka feeling right now? Because if he's like wanting to resign, he's not against returning, but he does want to test, and he hasn't re-signed yet. Can we figure out a Luka to Denver trade? This would be the new biggest move of the franchise, I would say. I think Giannis leaving the Hornets is probably bigger than them trading for him, I would say. They gave up 4 firsts and a potential really good young player to have a season of Giannis, and it was a good season. It was a very good season. Now, I don't really want to trade Murray. It would have to be Aaron Gordon, who's in a contract year, and then maybe Christian Brown as well. You only need to make up $10 million, and they could add an exception. Oh, okay, they could not add an exception. But you only have to make up about $10 million. Now, unfortunately, they can't add Watson or Hendricks because they're both hurt right now. Now, if you're trading for Luka, who's probably going to play the 2, Christian Brown's already come off the bench, only scoring 7 a game. He's kind of like Miles McBride. He just doesn't have the tendencies to shoot that much, and he's really not playing that well. So if they could give up Brown and Gordon, and then maybe get back, throw Caruso into the deal, And it's going to take picks. It's going to take. Oh, they only have 3. Can they move all these? Oh, they can't even trade all 3. Ooh. Is there another player they can add? DeAndre Hunter, maybe? This isn't going to be worth it for Luka Doncic. Now, granted, the Mavs trade for Luka Doncic also wasn't worth it. The Mavs to the Lakers trade wasn't worth it. That's what I was trying to say. If they gave up Yesufu, I suppose you could argue maybe he was the 20th pick. He's not playing this year. And then they can't trade this first. It would have to be a second. Gordon, Brown, 2 firsts, Yesufu, and a second for Luka and Caruso as a throw-in. Is this enough? At least it's more than Anthony Davis and a first. They've been so bad. Is the thing. Luka's 28 now. He's averaging 36. I don't think this is justifiable. I think you need a different team. I don't think it should be us either. I don't think it can be us. Towns is hurt right now. He's day to day. Bridges is still averaging his 15. Now we could trade Bridges as the bulk of the trade and get Luka. Could we justify that though? Because I'm not force trading for our team. Could we justify? Josh Hart's only averaging 5, by the way. Oh boy, I don't think so. I don't think so. So, what other team could I look at? He's already been traded to the West once, but it should probably be an Eastern Conference team. What about the Hawks? The Hawks would kind of be insane. Now, Dyson Daniels is a good defensive player. Luka is not. But they have a very strong team to begin with. I think they'd have to give up too much, probably. Spurs to play with Wemby. I'd really like to make that Nuggets trade happen, but I just don't think it's going to work. Maybe an Eastern team after all. I mean, the Nets would be insane. The Nets, after getting Giannis and Asur Thompson in free agency and then trading for Luka, they need a guard. Like, Igor Demon is cool, but he's not Luka. And Traor's okay, but he's not Luka. They've also got a cuff here. They also don't have much of a bench to begin with. What about the Pacers? The Pacers have not really done anything in the playoffs yet in the series. If they could pair Luka with Halliburton, it might take OG, who was in a contract year, and he's only averaging 12 again. They could start Jarris Walker at the 3, put Luka at the 2. Okay, there's an idea, at least. We're going to look at Luka joining the Indiana Pacers. Not Zubac, not Siakam or Walker. I think it would have to be OG. And picks, and all the picks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The entire future of the team plus OG for Luka. The Lakers honestly make out with all the extra picks they get. He's averaging 36, and they're terrible. So, like, what's the point of having him? It kind of seems. OG, they get a good defensive player. He doesn't do a ton, to be honest, but they get 5 first-round picks as well. For a team that has a pretty poor roster overall, like Lou Dort and Tristan Vukcevic are starting for this team. An absolutely insane trade. Does he waive his no-trade clause? He does. Luka Doncic is coming to Indiana. After we just lost to them, by the way, before the deadline. OG Anunoby's shipped off to the Lakers. He'll get to be their best player for the rest of the season. As for the Pacers, they mortgage their future, maybe, but they acquire Luka Doncic. What are we still doing outside, bro? It's been going on for the entirety of this stream. Now, I could move Jarris Walker to the 3. I think what we're going to do instead... I don't know what we're going to do. Luka's not going to play a point guard, obviously. Halliburton is going to be the point. Do we keep Simons? He's averaging 22 this year. And Neesmith's been off the bench. I guess we're going to make Luka the small forward. Okay. The new biggest trade... the new biggest trade within the franchise. Luka Doncic has joined the Indiana Pacers for OG and 5 first-round picks. Please re-sign him. Please, Pacers. Please be smart. Players can be extended right now. Oh, could I manually do it? Oh, they can't during the season. Can I manually give him an extension? Is that allowed? This is that allowed? Is that okay if I give him a manual extension? Good for me. Bad for the Knicks, though. Bad for us. Is that within the realm of things I should be able to do in this, is give Luka an extension? He has a year too. Does he have an option? Oh, he's got a player option actually for next year. So he should stick around regardless. Okay. Luka averaging 36, 7 and 7 has joined the Pacers, 40% from 3. As far as we're concerned, we're not going to make any trades. Oh, he wants me to build the Pacers lineup. I forgot I was still on other teams. Team selection. Let's get off these 2. I wanted to send him to Denver, and then there were some other ideas, but didn't pan out. And now he's a Pacer. OG and 5 first is a lot to give up, but I think it was worth it. Towns is playing through an injury right now. I think that's fine. I'm going to take Bryce's minutes, and I'm actually going to give him to Diawara for right now. Get him some run, since Towns is hurt, even though he's not going to play less minutes. He's fine now. Okay. And we beat the Nets. We get any young guys? Hey, look at that. Peterson, Boozer, and Debanza for Team USA. Top 3 scorers. Team USA won by, what was that, 13? Mayhop was on the world team, scored 6 points. I think that's all. It really is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I don't understand what you're doing outside for like 6 hours, bro. We're gonna keep going though. Did Dior play any games? Gosh, he just can't score the basketball, dude. Just can't score. Let's give Kolek a 6-minute break through February. Hey, it's a leap year. Towns strained Achilles, a week or two. That's not so bad. Yeah, we'll start Mitchell and then give our guy Swigo some minutes. Bronny's cold right now. He's not having a great year as the backup point guard. Kolek hit a couple shots to start. Sion James has been okay. Jaquez has been good. 31% from 3 isn't great, but Obi's doing his thing. He's not shooting threes well. And then Swigo. Swigo's going to have to play minutes because Mitchell Robinson can't play heavy minutes. He can, but I don't want him to. 39% free throw shooter. Josh Hart's going to have to play more minutes. And I guess DiVincenzo for now can play more minutes. What do you mean? Is somebody else hurt? Oh, it's because Towns isn't at the very bottom. Yep. All right. Should get Towns back soon, so we lose to the Pacers. Pacers are going to be tough to beat now, obviously. If that wasn't obvious. Yeah, I think the Pacers might be kind of tough to beat now. Wow. Let's get our rookie some minutes. Mayhop. Kolek's still shooting okay. Bronny's on a hot streak right now after being cold. And Sion James is going to get big run here. Big run for Sion. There. You happy? Oh, okay. Oh, contract deadline. Well, I don't think we have anything to do, actually. Hopefully the Pacers can work it out with Luka, although he does have a player option, which he could, of course, decline. What am I trying to get to? Transactions. Re-signings? Is re-signings the same as signings? I guess so. Max Christie re-signed. Bam. Denny, Ingram, Murray, Renaud, Poole, so on and so forth. That's it. So no Luka extension. That's worrisome, as we've already seen Giannis leave. Still without Towns. Towns is back. How'd Swigo do? 4 points, 2 rebounds. Not shooting the ball well. Swigo, you were picked 32, so I'm not going to call you a bust, but you haven't really been good yet, have you? That's a bit of a bummer. He's only a 73, so it's not like I'm expecting him to go out there and be Towns, but I don't know, man. How's Mayhop doing? Bad. Get him out of the rotation right now. Immediately. All right, Bryce James is going to go back in. Kolek's going to cool off, I think. We'll let Bronny and Bryce play together. We'll give... well, Towns is back in the lineup, so... There. There. Okay. Keep it going. We should get DiVincenzo back soon. 50 wins already. DiVincenzo's back. Just in time for the Pacers. Sion James doesn't seem to be raising his points per game. He has scored 25 from over the last 2. He's just not a very consistent offensive threat, which is fine for a bench role player. But we're going to go with DiVincenzo again. And then we're going to take away Bryce's minutes. This is Bryce, right? Yeah. Bronny, Sion, Bronny's up to 5. He just doesn't do a ton else. Hawkes still just not shooting the ball from 3 well. Obi's not either. At least Mitchell does his thing consistently. Towns is the same Towns. Josh Hart, we were going to play him less minutes, but nobody else has really stepped up to outplay him. He's really not playing that well, though. It's the Unleash Towns time again. We need him to be better. We split with the Pacers there. I'm interested to know how they finish the season. DiVincenzo twisted knee. Ow. And also, crap. We could start Hawkes. He's just not a three-point shooter, though. We could start Bronny. He's also not a three-point shooter. We could go with the big lineup and try Diawara, who we've completely cut all his minutes this season. We could try Kolek. Who are we going to start? Who's the 5th starter on this team? Is it Obi? It might. Let's go with Obi. We're going to slide Bridges down and Hart down. Obi is a starter for the Knicks once again. We're going to move Diawara back up. And then DiVincenzo minutes disappear. All right. We win 3 games with that lineup and lose the final game to the Rockets. Jokic is going to win MVP, I guess, over Luka, I would guess. Cameron Williams, Rookie of the Year, also 6th Man of the Year. Wemby, Defensive Player, he's going to win that every year. Caleb Wilson, welcome back, 2021 Obi. Giannis with the Nets wins Clutch Player. Mike Brown, Coach of the Year. We entertained the idea of firing him. Now, here's a funny thing. Mike Brown wins Coach of the Year, but Nathan Mack wins Executive of the Year for Minnesota, who had this identical record. Interesting. Jokic, Giannis, and Luka Doncic with the Indiana Pacers. He has not been extended. He does have a player option. Oh, Wemby. Broken left kneecap. He's done for the year. Ant, day-to-day with a hip injury. Cade, Tyrese, Brunson makes 2nd team. Scoot Henderson is up to a 90 overall. He took a huge, massive leap in the last 2 years. And Jason Tatum. And then LaMelo, sorry. I shouldn't say Melo when we're doing a Knicks rebuild. That feeling when knee surgery is tomorrow. Insert blue Grinch. LaMelo, Jalen Johnson, Devin Booker, Cameron Boozer. Wow, that's a jump as well. Geesh. And Caleb Wilson as well over, Peterson and DeBansa. Caleb Wilson, the 4th pick. Only 26% from 3, but he is on a bad team as well with the Kings. Wemby, Chet, Giannis, Amon, and Duran on the NBA first team. There's Dyson Daniels. Donovan Klingen's been making these defensive teams. He's not doing much else except rebounding. Asor Thompson. I think the Pistons missed him. We're going to have to see if they miss the playoffs. Rookie first team, Cameron Williams, Tyron Stokes, Bruce Branch. I recognize that name from when the draft happened, but that's all. In the play-in, the Warriors, Rockets, Suns, and Blazers. In the East, Heat, Magic, Sixers, and Cavs. Wow. But yeah, the Nets jump all the way up to 3, and the Hornets are nowhere to be seen. I gave them Giannis. I said, here's a championship window, and they said, thanks. The window is now closed after 1 season. And I also don't see Dallas. I don't see the Lakers. And I don't see the Pistons. And is there anybody else of note? I don't think so. Pistons, Hornets, the Bucks are terrible. Lakers, Mavs. Oh, the Nuggets! The Nuggets aren't able to claw themselves into the play-in. They obviously could have benefited from Luka. Pacers end up 6th, so they avoid the play-in. Wow. All right, let's get through the play-in. In the West, the Warriors get the 7 seed, and the Rockets get the 8. So that knocks out Phoenix and Portland. In the East, the Magic get the 7, and the Cavs get the 8. So we lose the Heat, who were the 7 seed, as well as maybe Embiid's final. Oh, he's not even starting. Is he hurt? Yeah, he must be hurt. Young Henson's with the Sixers. Yeah, he's hurt. When is he not? And VJ Edgecombe's hurt as well. That's a bummer. And then the Cavs get the 8. So we are going to play the Cavs with Damian Lillard at an 81 overall. He averaged 18 and 4 this year. That's still respectable here at 37 years old. He's going to retire. I'll probably honor that. They've got Keldon Johnson, Tyrese Proctor, Jay Huff coming off the bench. Some young guys at the end. Embiid has missed more games than he's played. His career needs to be studied. Some of that is load management, but yeah, he's had quite the amount of like actual real bad injuries. So for game 1, oh boy, I don't know if I like Obi Toppin against Evan Mobley. DiVincenzo could be back. He could play. Oh, let's look at stats real fast. Brunson 29 and 5. Towns 20 and a 9.5. Bridges has kept his scoring up. DiVincenzo and Hawkes. Obi does average at least 9 and about 5 rebounds. We might have to go to a short rotation again, even here in the first round. And I don't know if that includes playing Obi Toppin too much. I think. Oh gosh, we're already out of minutes. Where do the minutes go, dude? Shadow, welcome back again. Traded your PS3. That's a shame. I can't actually see the minutes because a billion comments like to populate all at once for whatever reason. I think we're going to take Diawara's minutes completely. And we're going to get DiVincenzo, even though he's on a hot streak. Pack of gum to $107. That's not bad. Weren't you looking to buy? The last thing I remember, Shadow, is that you were looking to buy one. Is that the same one? It outlived its usefulness already. I think this is what we're going to do. We're going to go with Hawkes as the backup 4. James is the backup 3. DiVincenzo is the backup 2. The same one. Bro just didn't have use for it anymore. That's tough. Yeah, Obi's just not going to play a ton of minutes. We could even start Hawkes over Obi, but I also don't like Hawkes against Evan Mobley, so I think Hart will still play some power forward in this role. And then Bridges, obviously, I know it says we have like no shooting guard minutes, but Bridges is going to be playing primarily at that spot. So, all right, year 3 playoffs. We get the Cleveland Cavaliers, Damian Lillard and company. Did I see Mitchell? Yeah, Mitchell, Mobley, Jared Allen. Okay. Game 1, we win by 4. Brunson, a 50 piece. Had 5 fouls, didn't matter. Game 2, we win. Brunson, 36. Yeah, he's pretty good in the playoffs, it seems. Game 3, we win 22 for Brunson. He's going to lead the team every game, it seems. Game 4, we'll just sim it. We lose. We can never have just a pure sweep. Brunson 27, we lose by 9. Game 5, DiVincenzo's healthy, we win. Brunson 49. Dude's averaging 37. The assists are down. I don't think that matters too much. Played it for 15 minutes and never again. Of course, no sweep. Bronny would have won it. If only we had Ben Simmons still. We could have swept him. Nobody else is really doing. I mean, that's good for Bridges. That's good for Hart, honestly. He's up to scoring in the playoff series, despite not shooting the ball well from 3, and despite Brunson averaging 37. And Mitchell Robinson even had 8. It's basically just Towns. That kind of fell off with the scoring. That's okay. If Towns takes a back seat and Brunson can put up 35 plus a game, that's fine. Next up will be the Atlanta Hawks. Oh, no rematch with the Rockets. Maybe that's the Raptors. Maybe that's a good thing. East, the Pacers with Luka do beat Giannis and Asur Thompson. Luka, man, what a lineup that would be, huh? Also, the Magic knock out Boston. John Morant was healthy. They got Marcus Smart back, starting at small forward. Please just put Jaylen Brown at small forward, guys. Come on. Brandon Clark is the starting center now. You got Santos coming off the bench, starting Marcus Smart. I don't love that. You got Grant Williams back. How's Pacome Dadier developing? He's not. He's played 17 games in the last 2 years since we traded him. He's all the way up to a 74. Well, I guess it's good we traded him. I'll be honest, in my tests, he was a player that developed a little bit, and it was enough to get into like mid 70s, and I got 2 first-round picks for him. That didn't pan out this time around, obviously. In the West, Timberwolves sweep to the Rockets. The Pelicans beat the Clippers in 6. Spurs beat the Warriors in 7. Man, this Warriors team, dude. They're starting Kobe Buffkin. Oh, brother. I give him Nimhard and they start Kobe Buffkin. And he played pretty well, and he's playing off the bench 28 minutes a game. So they got Koa Pete, who was a mid-first rounder, playing well. Bilal Coulibaly from the Wizards. Of course, John Collins. There's been something about him. Ben Simmons is here. Not playing, but he's there. And then the I didn't mention the Thunder beat the Kings. The Kings actually get to the 6th seed. They were starting Drew Holiday. He wants to stay with the Kings. Sounds like you're speaking in Sims. What do you mean, Kobe Buffkin? Former Hawks legend, Kobe Buffkin. This team was the 6th seed. I don't know how exactly. And they actually took OKC to 6. But ultimately were destroyed. Is it Caleb Wilson? Is he just leading them to being a good team now? I guess. Anyway, we get the Hawks next, and the Hawks. Nick Smith is the starting point guard. 3 minutes before I have to leave. Oh, playoff speedrun. We win game 1. We win game 2. We lose game 3. Josh Hart is fine. He can play. We lose game 4. We win game 5. We win game 6. Bridges 24 in the elimination game. Now we get the Magic, who beat the Pacers in 5. Yeah, okay, dude. The Thunder beat the Spurs in 6. No Wimby. And the Pelicans beat the Wolves in 5. That's huge. Keep it rolling. Josh Hart's fine. We win game 1. We lose game 2. We win game 3. We win game 4. We win game 5. We're in the finals, first time, and it's going to be against maybe not. It is going to be the OKC Thunder. Towns wins Western Finals MVP. Second Trae Young. Hasn't played there in 4 years, but still needs to be said. OMG, well, I could stop here. And we could start next stream with the finals. Unless you want to stay an extra minute or two. Because I also might want to tweet rotation. Although maybe this is just the championship rotation. Like that idea? Alright. We can stop here then. That's good progress. Oh, you know what else I forgot to do was add in expansion teams, so I'll do that off stream. I'll mess with that tonight. And I'll try to stream again tomorrow. We'll see if that ends up happening. I'll let you know when I can tomorrow. But this was very fun. I've enjoyed so far what we've done. Some of the trades were... I mean, heck, dude, Luka got traded for Anthony Davis in a first. So I'd say the trades I made were at least as realistic as that, if not even more beneficial. The Giannis trade, I thought was really good. And then they tried to get anybody else but Giannis back, and they blew it. So the Luka trade to the Pacers is crazy, but I like that. I like all the moves we've made. Like, this is kind of a silly starting lineup to have at this point. I've really not done anything to our team major other than trading OG for Nimhard and Obi Toppin. Obviously, we've revamped the bench. We've made a lot of depth moves, but it's largely the same team. But not what I expected. Very different from the test, I will say. I guess I can show the test here at the end of the stream as well. Get that saved. All right. I know you're wanting to leave, so I'll show the roster here very quickly. Shingun is here. We have a young center, Laurie Merkinen for cheap. Diawara actually has developed kind of nicely. He's averaging 17. Hachimura and Penda. Desunmu, Dort, and Dalton connects. Kyrie Irving here's here for a year. Trey Murphy, Malachi Branham. Brunson's still hanging on with Kolek. And we just got a young point guard out of UConn with the 3rd overall pick. And not to downplay what we've accomplished so far in the main series, but I keep clicking on the wrong thing. NBA history. Three-peat. The test three-peated to start the series. We're about to compete for our first. The test got 3 straight. So, and then the Wizards just won with Darian Peterson. So that's a little different. But anyway, Mullet, happy birthday to you and Kendrick. Thanks for hanging. I'm going to keep streaming for just a little bit, but I'm not going to do anything major. The test should be the nickname for a creative player that's just Ron Artest Jr. Meta World Peace, Panda Friend, Artest Jr. Yeah, no problem. I always like doing it, so as long as you continue to like watching it, I'm going to keep doing it. And yeah, we'll see when part 2 happens. Part 2 will definitely happen. I know I've said that in the past about the Madden streams. I plan on doing many parts of this, so this was fun. Get out of the tests. Actually, I probably will stop streaming here shortly because I do want to eat, for one. Should probably be a good idea. This is more fun to follow than Madden. It's very much faster, and I think that leads to it being more fun to watch. Maybe I'm biased because I'm the one streaming, but I personally had a lot more fun. And I'm glad you had more fun. That's kind of the main point, and I'm kind of the secondary main point. So that's good. That's good that that worked out. How far behind is my stream? I don't know why on my YouTube it's so far behind. But anyway, and also Shadow, thanks for hanging here and there, and even John for popping in and saying what's up and telling me that Miles McBride and Diawara need to be playing 30 minutes a game. I don't know. I can't make everybody happy. So we still got Diawara hanging on the roster though, so that's cool. But all right, Mullet, part 2 soon. I guess I will go ahead and end stream, so you can feel free to get out of here and I can get out of here. Adios for now. Godspeed until next time. So long.